Chapter 427. The house with the hidden exit had already been locked by Xiao Han's spirit. Xiao Han was like an old horse that knew the way. He led the ancient giant directly to the house. Inside the house, there was a glazed door erected. The power of spatial teleportation circulated in the whole house. This should be the exit. Xiao Han nodded. Then he turned his head and said to the ancient giant, "Friend, you should teleport away first." Yes, the ancient giant's expression was also very excited. "Xiao Han, just now I tried to release my psychic waves to scan in all directions. I can't do anything about it. My psychic waves can only scan an area of 50 meters. Moreover, my soul is being attacked by all kinds of illusions and hallucinations, which almost made me lose my mind. I think if I were to search for the exit alone, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find it. Xiao Han, your mental strength is really strong. It's almost abnormal. Thank you very much this time. I'll go first. We'll meet outside later." After saying that, the ancient giant bowed to Xiao Han and then walked towards the space door, smiling faintly. A very stable power of spatial teleportation. It must be the exit to teleport out of this hallucinatory demon palace. Yes, it should be right. After you go out, be careful. Xiao Han said with a smile. Soon, the ancient giant stepped into the space door. His whole body disappeared. The next moment, boom, the space door was destroyed. Tisk, each exit can only be used once. Xiao Han formed a seal with his hands. The house immediately became illusory. It turned into a hallucinatory demon realm. It was swallowed by Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han walked on the road. He released his spirit wave and scanned the area of tens of thousands of meters, looking for the exit. At the same time, he constantly absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demon realm in the demonic palace. His spirit power was continuously strengthened. At this moment, another exit? Xiao Han discovered that in a courtyard thousands of meters to the west, there was also a space door emitting a glazed light. Exit. However, before Xiao Han walked over, Xiao Han discovered a white-clothed middle-aged man with a light red mark between his eyebrows and a dignified expression was approaching the courtyard where the space door was hidden. It was none other than the tower master of Xiao Han's dimension. This guy's luck is really too good. He actually found an exit. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Forget it. I'll let the tower master leave the hallucination devil palace. It has nothing to do with me. The pagoda master walked with a cold expression on his face. His mind power spread out as he cursed. Damn it. After entering the hallucinatory devil palace, the communication function of the chivalrous token had actually lost its effect. So I can't get in touch with my subordinates. It's terrible. Moreover, the entire demonic hallucination palace only had 1,000 exits. Only 1,000 people can be teleported out. Damn it. Every day, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon territory is increasing by 10 times. If I can't find the exit after a few days, I might die in this demonic palace. Sigh. The mind power of this clone of mine can only spread out to a range of about 1,000 meters. In this huge demonic palace, it's really too difficult to find a limited exit. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. If my real body appeared in this hallucinatory devil palace, the range of my mind power could reach about 5,000 meters, and the probability of finding the exit would greatly increase. This time, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. But when my real body comes out to explore, a little carelessness will cause my soul to fly away and scatter, shockingly. The tower master stopped in his tracks and his whole body shook. Very quickly, his face squeezed out a beaming expression. I found it. Ha 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 ha. I actually found an exit. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda master walked briskly and quickly entered the courtyard with the hidden exit. The tower master looked at the space door in the courtyard excitedly with a face full of joy. Ha 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 ha. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but you'll find it without even looking. Such a stable teleportation power must be the exit. Ha 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 ha. After finishing speaking, the tower master directly walked towards the space door without hesitation. However, at this moment, a sturdy middle-aged man rushed in from outside. Stop. The exit. It's the exit. This was a demon hero from the Rome plane. He also found the exit in this courtyard and rushed over with ecstasy. But he found that the tower master was one step ahead of him. Idiot, the tower master did not pay attention to the sturdy middle-aged man at all. Without turning his head, he stepped into the exit. Boom, the space door was destroyed. Roar. The sturdy middle-aged man roared sternly. I'm one step late. Damn it. I finally found an exit, but that guy from the trash plane got there first. Damn it. I'd better not find that demon hero from the trash plane. Otherwise, I'll kill one if I see one. Suddenly. Shio shio shio, the whole courtyard turned illusory and turned into strands of hallucinatory devil realm, floating in the air. The sturdy middle-aged man was slightly stunned. The next moment, shio shio shio, in all directions, a large number of houses and courtyards were decomposed into hallucinatory devil realm. Layers of hallucinatory devil realm actually surrounded the sturdy middle-aged man. Not good. The sturdy middle-aged man's face turned pale. Boom, suddenly, the densely packed hallucinatory devil realm condensed into a torrent and directly rushed into the sturdy middle-aged man's brain. Ah. No. Demon race. Demon race army. Demon race army. My human race is going to perish. Ah. The middle-aged man's eyes were crazed and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, bang, he slapped his forehead and his entire head exploded. A few thousand meters away, Xiao Han. Hey, when you see a demon hero from our plane, you want to kill one if you see one? I'll kill you first. Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a cold smile. In his eyes. But it was full of excitement. Right now, my mental strength is very strong. I can use the hallucinatory devil realm in the devil palace to attack targets and kill them through the air, causing them to fall into a devil state. Alright, when I see trash from the Rome plane, I'll also kill one if I see one without a second word. In all fairness, if it was under normal circumstances, he would not be able to escape. Even with Xiao Han's mental strength that surpassed normal people, he couldn't kill and kill as he pleased. However, in the hallucinatory devil palace, there were countless hallucinatory devil realms, allowing Xiao Han to have the advantage of time, place, and people. Without making a sound, he could complete the assassination. Of course, seriously speaking, this was considered an indirect killing, and not a direct and forceful killing. Hong hong hong, at the same time as he released his mental ripples to monitor the courtyards and houses within tens of thousands of meters. Xiao Han didn't forget to cultivate. His hands continuously formed seals. Everywhere he passed, the houses and houses transformed from the hallucinatory devil realm, every blade of grass and tree, were all uprooted from the ground and refined into the miniature liquid planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The miniature liquid planet's volume expanded and became more and more solid. The mental ripples grew stronger and stronger. Outside the hallucinatory devil palace. It was a blue, spotless space. There was no hallucinatory devil realm causing trouble. At this moment, in the huge space, stood a middle-aged man in plain clothes, his arms crossed. This person was the ancient giant that Xiao Han had found the exit and allowed him to teleport out of the hallucinatory devil palace. What luck! I'm the first person to escape from the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant looked at the hallucinatory devil palace standing tens of miles away. Many thanks to Xiao Han. If he didn't give me this chance, I probably would have been trapped in the hallucinatory devil palace to death. At this moment, Xiao, a figure flew out of the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant's body tensed, and he immediately shrunk back. However, after taking a closer look, he relaxed. Tower Master? You also found the exit and left the hallucinatory Devil Palace? The Tower Master's body gradually stabilized, and he looked relieved. My luck is not bad. After saying that, the Tower Master looked around cautiously. Let's find a place to hide first. Once the people from the Wrong Plane also find the exit and come out of the hallucinatory Devil Palace, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. There's no need to confront them. Let's hide first and wait for our people to escape one by one. Hallucinatory Devil Palace. It was night time. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in a room, his hands forming seals, and began to practice the 12th mental finger technique. Done in one go. Boom! With the completion of the 12th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental strength transformed again. It became stronger. Tomorrow, the hallucinatory Devil Realm in the entire Devil Palace will be 10 times more dangerous. I will continue to work hard tomorrow, and absorb more hallucinatory Devil Realm. I will definitely be able to complete the 13th mental finger technique. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mental strength spread out, and he found a few demons from the Wrong Plane looking for an exit in the nearby area of 1,000 meters. Humph, Xiao Han snorted. With a thought, peng peng peng, the few demons from the Wrong Plane practically didn't even have time to react before they were attacked by the densely packed hallucinatory Devil Realm. Their minds collapsed, and they exploded their heads one after another. I've already assassinated 74 demons from the Wrong Plane. Xiao Han was very satisfied. Not even a ghost knows. As long as it was a demon from the Wrong Plane that was within the range of Xiao Han's mental strength, Xiao Han would assassinate them all, not leaving a single one alive. After finishing his cultivation, although it was already deep into the night, Xiao Han didn't feel sleepy at all. He simply walked out of the room, and strolled around the Devil Palace under the stars and the moon. An hour later, I've found another exit. Xiao Han's mental strength detected that a spatial teleportation door had appeared in a house 3,000 meters ahead of him. At the same time, Xiao Han accurately detected that a female demon from his plane was slowly approaching the house. Oh. It's that, Hu Xingxing, a demon from our plane. She's at the 7th phase talisman transformation realm, and her cultivation is considered relatively weak. Previously, when she was charging through the hallucinatory magic realm, which covered an area of 5,000 miles. She was once possessed. If I hadn't acted in time, her corpse would have turned cold long ago. Xiao Han immediately recognized the female demon. Hu Xingxing's luck isn't bad. She's less than 100 meters away from that exit. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to find the exit. Regardless of whether they were friends or not, as long as it was a demon from his plane, if she could find the exit. Xiao Han was still extremely gratified. However, that Hu Xingxing only circled within 100 meters of the house where the exit was hidden, as if she didn't sense the exit in the room. Oh right, looks like Hu Xingxing's mental strength is too weak. She's still unable to sense the spatial teleportation door in the house. Forget it, I'll go bring her into the house. Xiao Han had nothing to do. With a thought, he lifted his feet and walked towards Hu Xingxing's location. At this moment, shockingly, Xiao Han's mental strength detected a total of 5 demons from the Wrong Plane. All of them were at the 8th phase talisman formation realm. They were approaching Hu Xingxing. After searching for an entire day, I still can't find the exit. What should I do? Hu Xingxing paced back and forth in the Devil Palace with a face full of fear. I'm too tired. My mental strength must be highly concentrated and guard my heart. I must contend against the hallucinatory Devil Realm in this Devil Palace and do my best to avoid falling into the Devil Realm. But I can't stop. I must find an exit tonight. Otherwise, when tomorrow comes, the danger level of the hallucinatory Devil Realm will increase by 10 times. I will be too tired to deal with it and won't have the time to find the exit. On the 3rd day, the danger level of the hallucinatory Devil Realm will increase by 20 times. I might fall into the Devil Realm and perish in this cold and frightening hallucinatory Devil Palace. Hu Xingxing was extremely anxious. She went around a long street. Suddenly, her delicate body froze. All the blood in her body cooled down. Her eyes stared at the opposite side of the street. Under the cold moonlight, a black-clothed man with an evil smile was looking at Hu Xingxing. Oh. That trash plains demon. He he he. Good, very good. It's actually a woman. His sharp and lustful gaze swept across Hu Xingxing's curvy and graceful body without restraint. Run. Hu Xingxing was inconsolable. She turned around and madly ran back. In this hallucinatory devil realm, if one used true qi to fly, they would lose their way and fall into a maze. They could only rely on their physical strength to run, jump, and walk. Ha 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 ha. True Qi's 7th stage symbol transformation realm. An ant-like person can't escape. Ah ha 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 ha. Surrender without a fight, the black-clothed man's sharp laughter soared into the sky. It was getting closer and closer, chasing after Hu Xingxing like maggots on a tarsal bone. When Hu Xingxing ran for her life, crossed a high wall and arrived at another long street, at the end of the long street, there were 2 pointy-faced men. They wore helmets and crossed their arms as they walked over. Oh. A female demon from that trash plane. Interesting, the 2 pointy-faced men laughed as they walked towards Hu Xingxing. Hu Xingxing's scalp went numb. She turned around, but unexpectedly, the black-clothed man behind her had already appeared like a ghost. At the same time, 2 men appeared on the high walls on the left and right. There was a total of 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing. The 5 men nodded their heads in greeting. Then, they swept their lustful gazes across Hu Xingxing's voluptuous female body. How should we deal with this woman? On the high wall on the left, a skinny man half-squatted on the wall with a straw in his mouth. Let her accompany us to have some fun first, then. The black-clothed man behind Hu Xingxing made a beheading gesture with his right hand. Don't come over, fear was written all over Hu Xingxing's face. Bitterness filled her mouth, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. However, at this moment, a lazy man's voice rang out, Hu Xingxing, let's discuss how we should deal with these fellows, Hu? The black-clothed man turned his head warily, only to see a young man walking over lazily as though he was taking a stroll in the park. On his face was a harmless smile. Pu extended acupoint realm ha 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 ha. To think that it is an extended acupoint realm trash. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing burst into laughter at the same time, as though they had seen the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Han, hurry up and run. Don't come over. Hu Xingxing screamed. I will count to 3, and all of you will die. Do you understand? Xiao Han laughed calmly. To be continued. Chapter 428. Hallucinatory Devil Palace. Night of the first day. The female devil hero Hu Xingxing from Xiao Han's plane was surrounded by 5 male devil heroes from Rome plane. They were 5 experts at the 8th level True Qi formation realm. At the crucial moment, Xiao Han appeared. Dong dong dong, in the middle of the night, Xiao Han walked towards Hu Xingxing with a crisp sound. At this moment, Hu Xingxing was already scared out of her wits and her body was limp. As for the 5 devil heroes from Rome plane, they looked at Xiao Han as he walked towards Hu Xingxing with an incredulous expression. They did not attack Xiao Han. They were all red-faced and winking at him. Ha 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 ha, not only is your plane weak, but all of your brains are broken. Ha 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 ha. In our plane, trash at the expanding aperture realm is nothing more than a servant to us. Young man, you seem to be seriously ill. You want to kill us in 3 breaths? Ha 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 ha. The 5 demons of the Rome plane stretched their necks and laughed. Xiao Han, we are finished. Hu Xingxing cried in despair. Xiao Han shook his head slightly and looked at the 5 devil heroes with a smile that was not a smile. 1-2, shockingly. Boom. 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 Countless hallucinatory devil realms gathered from all directions of the Devil Palace and formed a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool above Xiao Han's head. The void seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless illusions appeared and disappeared. Auditory hallucinations. What? The smiles on the 5 devil heroes' faces instantly froze. In the next moment, pooh, 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 pooh. Endless hallucinatory devil realms wrapped around the 5 devil heroes. Their facial features suddenly twisted. Their eyeballs popped out. Roar. A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Their protruding eyes flashed with a fleeting image of slaughter. Escape. Torture. Torture, despair. It was as if they were possessed by endless nightmares. Their mental state instantly collapsed. Pooh, blood spurted out from their ears and flew several meters away. Bang. 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 The 5 demon heroes scrambled to raise their palms and shatter their skulls. Even their bodies cracked and exploded like porcelain. Blood rained down and splattered everywhere. 3. Xiao Han said casually. This. Hu Xingxing stared at Xiao Han in shock. Then, he glanced at the corpses left behind by the 5 swordsmen. This. Xiao Han. You killed them. You. With a cultivation of the expanding acupoint realm, you instantly killed 5 true Qi realm experts of the symbol formation realm. You. What kind of technique is this? You. Moreover, when you attacked just now, there was no fluctuation of true Qi at all. You also didn't use the demonic technique that you're proficient in. You. Alright, Xiao Han lightly waved his hand, interrupting Hu Xingxing's dreamy voice. It's getting late. Hu Xingxing, do you want to leave this hallucinatory demon palace? Yes. I desperately want to find the exit and leave the devil palace. Hu Xingxing's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly said. Tonight, I must leave the hallucinatory demon palace. If I delay until tomorrow, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm will increase by 10 times. I will be in a desperate situation. However, I've already searched for an entire day and still can't find the exit. Xiao Han, have you found the exit? Heh. Xiao Han laughed. There are only 1,000 exits. Naturally, it's not that easy to find. However, Hu Xingxing, you're very lucky. Oh. Hu Xingxing was stunned. Follow me. Xiao Han turned and walked away. Hu Xingxing hurriedly followed behind Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han had instantly killed a strong enemy, leaving an indelible mark in Hu Xingxing's heart. This caused the slender figure of this youth to expand endlessly in her heart, almost occupying everything. Very quickly, Xiao Han brought Hu Xingxing into the room where the exit of the space door was hidden. Wah! The exit! Hu Xingxing involuntarily screamed, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes filled with passion. You enter the exit. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. Hu Xingxing said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han, you're not going out? Each exit can only be used once to teleport one person out. You found this exit, you're not going out, but giving it to me? It's okay, you go out first. Xiao Han shrugged lazily. Don't worry, the leader of our plane, the Tower Master, has already teleported out. You go out and meet him, it should be very safe. Xiao Han. Hu Xingxing hurriedly said. This is the exit you found. Alright, you go out, don't worry about me. Xiao Han waved his hand repeatedly. In the end, Hu Xingxing could not resist Xiao Han's urging and stepped into the exit. The space door was destroyed. Boom, this room was immediately devoured and refined by Xiao Han. Xiao Han leisurely strolled along the long streets and alleys, his spirit not the slightest bit tired. Instead, it was like a rainbow. His mental strength spread out wantonly, scouting around. Oh. Xiao Han's footsteps were slightly stunned. He was about 4,000 meters away from Xiao Han's left side. In a small courtyard with lush flowers. A space door appeared. It was glowing. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. There was a male hero from the Rome plain. His true energy was fluctuating violently. Every breath he took was a profound jade talisman, which was a talisman formation. As a result, there were at least thousands of miniature array glyphs around him. He was a level 9 true chi expert, a true treasure expert. At this level, in Xiao Han's plane, he would be a giant throughout the ages. In the end, I found an exit. Ha 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 ha. The evil hero burst into laughter, his spirit soaring. With my cultivation base, it's reasonable for me to find an exit. Alright, I'll leave this damned demon palace now. As he spoke, the fiendish hero strode toward the door. True Chi level 9 true treasure realm. Release this kind of person. For our plane. He's a huge threat. Destroy him. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. In the courtyard, the evil hero was one step away from the portal. All of a sudden. Roar. The whole courtyard was turned upside down. All the flowers and plants, as well as the old trees in the courtyard, all turned into giant beasts that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing toward the giant. Hallucinatory demonic realm? Humph. The evil hero was not afraid in the face of danger. He looked at his nose and his mind. I've been a genius since I was a child. I'm the strongest among the evil heroes of the human race. In my life, I've killed demons like drinking water and eating. I've encountered all kinds of fortuitous encounters and opportunities. My mind is as solid as iron. Some hallucinatory demonic realms can't invade my mind at all. Ha 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 ha. I'm invulnerable. This guy's mind is very calm, and his mental strength is not bad. But Xiao Han's mind flashed. In a split second. Tens of thousands of hallucinatory demonic realms swarmed toward the courtyard like a tide, rushing into the evil hero's brain without any regard for their lives. Damn it. Soon, the calm face of the evil hero slightly twisted, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He wanted to step into the exit, but it was as if a group of mountains was pressing on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move forward. In the end, he did not take this step. The evil hero sat cross-legged, with his left hand pressed on the position of his dantian and his right hand pressed on the position of his heart. He closed his eyes and began to chant. Idiot, you're quite tenacious, but there are too many hallucinatory demonic realms in this evil palace, and it's inexhaustible. You still have to die. No matter how strong your mind is, the upper limit of your mental strength is not high. Die. The liquid miniature planet in Xiao Han's brain began to expand, and thousands of strands of mental strength seeped out of Xiao Han's brain, shining brightly, driving the endless hallucinatory demonic realms to madly attack the evil hero. Finally, Mother. Why did you leave me behind? I've been alone since I was a child. Now that I've finally found my mother, why, no. Bang! The evil hero finally lost control of his mind and slapped his own forehead, causing his head to explode, and he died. He had already found the exit, but one step behind and he died a violent death. Phew! In order to assassinate this evil hero with 9th level true chi, I've also used up quite a bit of my mental strength. I'm a little tired. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of impure air, and then frantically devoured and refined the surrounding hallucinatory demonic realms to make up for the lost mental strength. Using the hallucinatory demonic realms to assassinate a target, if the target was at 7th or 8th level true chi, then killing them would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, extremely easy. However, if the target was in existence at 9th level true chi, then it would take a lot of painstaking effort and consume a lot of mental strength. Xiao Han adjusted his breathing for more than an hour and refined quite a few hallucinatory demonic realms before he finally recovered. If I can complete the 13th mental finger technique, then assassinating an existence at 9th level true Qi will be relatively easier. Xiao Han lightly smiled. At this time, in the courtyard where the evil hero died, an evil hero from Xiao Han's plane stumbled and arrived. He walked into the courtyard and first looked at the sparkling glass door exit with shining eyes and cried out in surprise. I found it. I found the exit. Then, he discovered the scattered corpses in the courtyard. There was a massacre here. This is... The evil hero trembled as he walked over and bent down to find an evil hero token among the corpses. He muttered. From the style and shape, it's obviously not the evil hero token of our plane. It's the evil hero from Rome plane? Why did he die here? He had already come to this courtyard and found the exit, but he just had to die, causing all his efforts to be in vain. This is thought-provoking. After hesitating for a moment, the evil hero threw away the blood-stained evil hero token in his hand and directly walked towards the exit. Forget it, let's not care about that anymore. This hallucinatory demonic palace is filled with dangers everywhere. The longer I stay, the greater the risk of losing my life. I'll go out first. The evil hero hurriedly walked into the exit. Another evil hero from our plane has successfully escaped from danger. Xiao Han was also slightly gratified. The night dispersed. A new day had arrived. This was the second day since everyone entered the hallucinatory demonic palace. The faint light of dawn rose from the horizon. Xiao Han walked out of a house on the side of a long street. All of a sudden, strong ripples appeared in the sky, and all kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Qilin, Pai Xiu, dragon and tiger. Wind, thunder, lightning, volcanoes, oceans, continents, heavenly palaces and temples. Layers upon layers of illusions appeared. Woo 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 woo, a chilly wind raged. All kinds of illusions of wolves crying and ghosts howling lingered around Xiao Han. The danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. The next moment, he released his psyche wave. Yesterday, my psyche wave could still radiate an area of tens of thousands of meters, but today, it can only radiate an area of about 5,000 meters. As expected, after the danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace increased by 10 times, my psyche sense has been suppressed. At this moment, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in Xiao Han's ears. On the second day of the hallucinatory demonic palace, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times, and the danger level has increased by 10 times. 1,000 exits, 954 remaining. There are 954 exits left? In other words, 46 people were teleported out yesterday. Xiao Han's heart tightened. I wonder how many heroes were teleported out from our side, and how many people were teleported out from the Rome plane. After a few breaths, Xiao Han shook his head. Let's not care about that. The quality of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace today far exceeds that of yesterday. It couldn't be better for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both his hands, and with a sudden pull, a few houses nearby directly disintegrated, turning into streams of flowing light that shot into his brain. Pooh! The liquid mental power miniature planet in his brain was like a glutton encountering delicious food, madly refining and absorbing the hallucinatory demonic realm that Xiao Han had absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha. It's really powerful. Xiao Han's whole body was boiling hot, and his spirit was excited. He continuously absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace. His mental power rose steadily. To be continued. Chapter 429. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in an empty space within the hallucinatory demonic palace. The surrounding houses and courtyards all uprooted from the ground, becoming illusory, breaking down into streaks of hallucinatory demonic realm that swarmed towards Xiao Han. Above Xiao Han's head, a funnel-shaped hallucinatory demonic realm whirlpool spiraled. Heavenly wind, clouds, and thunder all appeared. The terrifying sound of the surging tide filled the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar, 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 tiger roars came from afar. Immediately, a powerful pressure came from all directions, rolling and boiling, attacking towards Xiao Han. On the horizon, north, south, east, and west, each had a smear of platinum color. Very quickly, these 4 smears of platinum color revealed their true form. Those were 4 giant fierce tigers. Each one was tens of zhan long. The platinum tiger fur fluttered in the wind, giving off a majestic aura. Step by step, the tiger's paws spread out, the earth under their feet seemed to be infinitely condensed. Everything is hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han's entire person was completely calm and unmoving like the earth, calm and deep like a secret vault. His state of mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. A bright light seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, forming a radiant light, like a monarch descending to the world, dispelling all the impurities. Impressively. Boom, with Xiao Han's body as the center, a large area of the void directly collapsed and condensed. Puchi puchi puchi, the powerful breathing aura roared, like the appearance of an ancient divine beast. A strange scene was born, all the hallucinatory demonic realm within 1,000 meters, all gathered towards Xiao Han's head. Then, all of them became illusory, becoming strands of hallucinatory demonic realm, entering Xiao Han's brain. Those powerful white tigers were instantly torn apart, mottled gold fragments, being swallowed by Xiao Han's brain. It was as if, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there was an incomparably huge ancient fierce beast hiding and breathing. It specialized in swallowing these hallucinatory demonic realms. Like a Kuan Peng breathing. Swallowing the long river and spitting out the sea. If other people were to see Xiao Han's current state of cultivation, they would definitely be scared silly. No one knew what kind of divine ability Xiao Han had cultivated, to actually be able to cause such a ruckus in such a dangerous place like the hallucinatory demonic palace. The hallucinatory demonic territory within 1,000 meters had been completely sucked dry by him. One had to know that most cultivators could not absorb the hallucinatory demonic realm, much less absorb so much like Xiao Han. Even if it was a powerhouse at the level of the pagoda master and Rong, once they absorbed so much hallucinatory fiend realm, they would definitely fall into the devil and die without a burial ground. All right. He had accumulated enough mentality. The 13th spirit hand seal. Success. Xiao Han let out a long howl. His hands moved and all kinds of exquisite hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, his entire body began to emit a brilliant glow. Glazed Buddhist light filled the area around him, making it seem as if there were thousands of moons and thousands of stars floating around him. After completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy became even more mellow and full. The crystalline and translucent liquid planet in his sea of consciousness expanded in size and increased in density. It was extremely compact. Xiao Han released his mental energy. Now, after completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy could scan an area of tens of thousands of meters. Moreover, when he released his mental energy, there would be rays of holy light rising behind his head. The 5-colored light spread everywhere, and auspicious clouds, auspicious chi, and celestial music appeared one after another. The sky seemed to be shaking, merging with Xiao Han's mental energy and aura. Illusory praises sounded everywhere in the void. This sinister hallucinatory fiend palace had actually become Xiao Han's cultivation paradise. I've swallowed and refined too much of the hallucinatory fiend realm here. It can no longer keep up with my cultivation speed, Xiao Han smiled faintly. Now I'll find the most concentrated area in the hallucinatory fiend realm and try to cultivate the 14th mental finger technique in one go today. Xiao Han walked quickly, looking for the best place to cultivate. Outside a courtyard, a Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension stood leaning against the wall. His body was covered in wounds, and his flesh was a mess. His face was ferocious as he looked at the 9 Yao warriors from Rong's dimension who were approaching him. And in this courtyard, there was an exit. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. I found this exit first. Let's not talk about that, but you want to take it by force. Humph. It's fine if you win by numbers, but why do you have to torture me? Roar. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't play with me. The Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out, and his eyes were spewing blood. Idiot. We're just playing with you, and you dare to roar? The 9 Yao warriors from Rome's dimension all approached him fiercely. At this moment, puff. 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 The powerful hallucinatory fiend realm forcefully poured into the minds of these 9 Yao warriors. In an instant, all of their heads exploded, and they died on the ground. Huh. The dying Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was stunned, and he stared blankly at the dismembered bodies on the ground. Hurry into the courtyard. That exit can teleport you away safely. Xiao Han walked quickly, almost without looking back. Xiao Han. The heavily injured Yao warrior stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded. Xiao Han, just now, did you kill these 9 powerful enemies? You. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Han had already disappeared. The Yao warrior's eyes widened for a few breaths, then he turned around and ran toward the courtyard. No. Don't come over. You bastards. The 2 female Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension had their clothes torn to shreds, revealing their white, jade-like skin. At this moment, they were curled up on the ground. More than 10 male Yao warriors from Rome's dimension approached them from all directions, their eyes filled with lust. However, suddenly. Bang! 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 The figures of the Yao warriors from Rome's dimension suddenly stiffened, and then they all smashed their heads, dead. Xiao Han trotted up from behind. Xiao Han. The 2 female Yao warriors screamed in unison. About 1,000 meters to the left, there's a wooden loft with 2 exits. Hurry up and go, lest someone else gets there first. After saying that, Xiao Han quickly ran away and disappeared. Along the way, Xiao Han searched for the densest area of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the hallucinatory demonic palace. At the same time, he released his mental power to observe every movement within tens of thousands of meters. In just an hour, Xiao Han used the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill 43 Yao warriors from Rome's dimension, and help the 8 Yao warriors from his dimension find the exit. Outstanding contributions. Finally, Xiao Han's footsteps came to a halt. Spatial cracks appeared in the vast space in front of him. Countless mirages flashed across the vast space like flowers on horseback. Ghostly howls and hallucinations surged. This place is the densest in the hallucinatory demonic realm. It's turbulent and ever-changing. Good. I'll choose this place to cultivate. Xiao Han was overjoyed. His physical body surged, and with a leap, he entered the most violent area of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated on practicing the 14th set of mental power hand gestures of the extinguishing heaven and decimating earth mental power technique. As the liquid spiritual planet in his sea of consciousness breathed, it swallowed the sea and spat out tides. Its momentum covered the sun and the moon, making everything pale in comparison. The dense hallucinatory demonic realm in this area melted and disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the liquid spiritual planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Outside the hallucinatory demonic palace. In the flawless blue space, 2 camps of people stood opposite each other. The number of people in the 2 camps was about the same, with 2 to 30 people. Of course, among these 2 camps, one was the Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension, led by the Tower Master. The other camp was the Yao warriors from Rome's dimension. However, at this moment, none of the Rong elders had come out of the hallucinatory demonic palace. The 2 sides were facing each other, both eyeing each other covetously, but there was no situation of fighting. The Yao warriors from Rome's dimension, damn it, the Tower Master of that trash dimension has come out. But Lord Rong and the elders are still trapped in the hallucinatory demonic palace. A Yao warrior from Rong's dimension cursed. It doesn't matter. With Lord Rong's cultivation, it's only a matter of time before he comes out. It's just that he's unlucky and hasn't found the exit yet. Without Lord Rong to hold the line, let's not invade the people of that trash dimension for the time being. Another Yao warrior's eye muscles kept twitching, and his face was full of ferocity. Xiao Han's dimension. Ha ha ha, not bad. It seems that our luck is really good. At this moment, the Tower Master was beaming with joy and his face was full of pride. In terms of the number of people who came out, our side and Rong's dimension both had 2 to 30 people. However, they had thousands of people in, but only a few came out. We only had over 100 people, but 2 to 30 people came out. Our probability is higher than theirs. That's right. In addition to the Tower Master of Xiao Han's dimension, 2 elders also came out. They all nodded and smiled. At this moment, a middle-aged Yao warrior said with shame. The reason why I could find the exit and successfully break out of the encirclement was not because of good luck. I'm ashamed, it was Xiao Han who helped me find the exit, Xiao Han. The Tower Master was stunned. Yes. It's Xiao Han. In an instant, a few Yao warriors shouted in unison. It's all thanks to Xiao Han's help. Otherwise, who knows when we would have been able to come out. Not only did Xiao Han help me find the exit, he also helped me kill a few experts of the wrong dimension. A heavily injured Yao warrior said with lingering fear as he reminisced about the past. At that time, I was surrounded by a total of 9 strong enemies and was bullied. In the end, Xiao Han was like a god who descended from the heavens and instantly killed the 9 strong enemies, allowing me to escape unscathed. What? The Tower Master was shocked. How is that possible? He killed 9 people in an instant? You should know that the weakest Yao warrior of the wrong dimension is at least at the formation realm of true Qi. What is Xiao Han's cultivation level? He is only at the expanded aperture realm. Did he use a demonic technique? No. When Xiao Han killed those strong enemies, his entire body was calm and tranquil, without the slightest fluctuation of true Qi or demonic Qi. The injured Yao warrior tried his best to think. The other Yao warriors also blurted out. Yes, Xiao Han also saved us from the hands of the strong enemies. As he walked, the heads of the Yao warriors of the wrong dimension exploded one after another. It was effortless, Tower Master. It seems that Xiao Han is indeed our plane's lucky general, an elder sighed. According to what the Yao warriors said, Xiao Han has saved people from the jaws of death many times. He killed strong enemies like cutting grass and helped our people find the exit. This time, bringing Xiao Han to the genius zone was the right move. It was a brilliant move. Another elder rolled his eyes and said in a low voice. Tower Master, I suspect that Xiao Han has a magical treasure similar to an immortal artifact. The Tower Master's body shook violently. After cultivating for a few hours. The 14th Spirit Finger Technique, success. As Xiao Han completed the last gesture of the 14th Spirit Finger Technique, the liquid spirit planet in his sea of consciousness doubled in size. The density of the spirit planet was indestructible, flowing with colorful lights and mysterious patterns. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, and thousands of strands of spirit force seeped out of his mind. They intertwined with the hallucinatory demonic realm between heaven and earth, intimately, as if they were about to merge into one. At this time, Xiao Han's spirit force was extremely strong, and his heart was filled with the belief of invincibility. With a slight tremble of his consciousness, the surrounding space shook, and the hallucinatory demonic realm was automatically absorbed into his sea of consciousness to nourish the liquid spirit planet. Moreover, the spirit force that Xiao Han released now covered at least a radius of 50,000 meters. With Xiao Han's body as the center, within this hallucinatory demonic palace, everything within a radius of 50,000 meters was under Xiao Han's control. Xiao Han saw that within the range of his spirit force, a large number of spirit heroes from the Rong plane were looking for an exit. A small number of spirit heroes from Xiao Han's plane were struggling to resist the hallucinatory demonic realm while slowly searching for an exit. Xiao Han stood up and stretched. In this level of hallucinatory demonic realm, completing the 14th spirit finger technique is already the limit. It seems that today's cultivation is completed. If I want to break through to the 15th spirit finger technique, I can only wait until tomorrow. The hallucinatory demonic realm in this demonic palace is 10 times more dangerous. But I can't be idle. I'll take this opportunity to play with the spirit heroes from the Rong plane. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. However, at this time, about 40,000 meters to the east, a middle-aged man wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet walked with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely arrogant as he looked down at the heavens. Every pore and cell in his body emitted an aura of death. With every step he took, the heavens seemed to tremble. His every move seemed to instill an instinctive fear in people. Between his eyebrows, there was the same faint red mark as the Tower Master. Behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe, there were more than 10 old men following closely. All of them were extremely arrogant. Among them, there were 3 old men with faint red marks between their eyebrows. Rong? Xiao Han was slightly shocked. He immediately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Damn, in this hallucinatory demonic palace, I might be able to contend with that Rong. Instead of leaving the hallucinatory demonic palace to face the undefeatable Rong, I might as well go big. Chapter 430. Xiao Han was like a fish in water when he cultivated the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique in the hallucinatory demonic palace. His mental power advanced by leaps and bounds. Originally, the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. He had to constantly refresh the upper limit of his mental power. This was the foundation of cultivating this strange technique. But raising mental power was extremely slow. It was even hundreds or thousands of times harder than raising his true chi or exploding his acupoints. If he didn't leave the plane and didn't encounter the endless hallucinatory demonic realm in the universe, Xiao Han definitely wouldn't be able to liquefy his mental power and complete the 14th spiritual finger technique in such a short period of time. But now, Xiao Han's mental power was incomparably strong. A boundless belief of victory was born in his heart. Scanning with his mental power, he discovered that Rong was leading over 10 elders to search for the exit in the hallucinatory demonic palace. Xiao Han's mental power firmly locked onto Rong as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. What realm is Rong at? Level 10 True Chi, Celestial Eye Realm. 101 true acupoints opened in his entire body. He successfully opened the celestial eye and absorbed some celestial chi to cleanse his body. With his cultivation, he should be called a half-immortal, above mortals. Moreover, the multiple times he expanded his acupoints and talismans must be extremely exaggerated. It's not something that the Tower Master of my plane can compare to. If this kind of person was outside the hallucinatory demonic palace, he could crush me with one finger. But, in the hallucinatory demonic palace, I still have a chance. If we don't get rid of this Rong, to our plane, he'll be a great calamity. Xiao Han stood up and slowly moved towards Rong's location. Moreover, his mental power was highly concentrated. Within the 50,000-meter area, any movement of the grass in the wind, they were all locked onto by Xiao Han. Rong is very strong. He's many times stronger than the Tower Master of my plane. To kill Rong is definitely not an easy matter. Xiao Han was also calculating in his heart. I must have enough confidence to attack Rong. Otherwise, not only will I alert the enemy, but I might also be countered by him. Although Xiao Han had killing intent towards Rong, he definitely wouldn't act rashly. This is the second day we entered the hallucinatory demonic palace. The danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm is 10 times that of the first day. Tomorrow, it will be 20 times, and the day after that, it will be 30 times. As the hallucinatory demonic realm becomes more and more dangerous day by day, I'm afraid that Rong Yi will find it more and more difficult every day, right? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind, and a few ideas and schemes quickly formed. In other words, I have to kill all of them. The longer they stayed in the demonic hallucination palace, the smaller Rome's advantage would be. And the more confident I am in killing him. In other words, I must do my best to prevent Rome from finding the exit and prevent him from leaving the hallucinatory demonic palace. At the same time, stall for time with him. Xiao Han had come up with a perfect plan to deal with Rome. At this time, Rome had already wandered around the demonic hallucination palace for a day and a night. However, his luck wasn't good, and he didn't find the exit. On this day, Rong Yi also met up with the 14 elders under him. Among them, 3 had opened the heaven's eye and were the powerful first elders. A group of people strolled leisurely on a main road. TSK. Lord Rong, as expected, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace has increased by 10 times today, and the danger level has correspondingly increased by 10 times. An elder said with a relaxed smile. However, even with this level of hallucinatory demonic realm, it is still very easy for us to deal with. Our hearts are invulnerable, and we won't fall into a demonic state. It's not just us old antiques. Any hero in our plane can deal with this level of hallucinatory demonic land. In comparison, those fellows from that trash plane, I'm afraid, from today onwards, they'll suffer a lot. They'll succumb to the demons and die one after another, another elder said with a chuckle. Such a weak plane, and they dare to wander around in the vast universe, they are simply overestimating themselves. The genius zone is not a place that any random cat or dog has the qualifications to covet. Yet another elder said with a face full of disdain. Don't be complacent. Rong Yi said coldly. Let's find the exit as soon as possible. Every day we stay in the demonic palace is an additional portion of danger. Yesterday, this seat's mental undulations could still cover a range of 20,000 meters. But today, it can merely cover a range of 10,000 meters. Can't say that these denser hallucinatory demonic realms have no effect on us in the slightest. By tomorrow, I'm afraid that this seat's mental undulations will only be able to extend out several thousand meters. Right, Lord Rong, finding the exit is of utmost importance. Several elders hurriedly concurred. I believe that we can find the exit successfully. 1,000 exits, less than 100 were used yesterday. There are a full 900 or so left. I don't believe that with such a high probability, we still can't find it. It's nothing more than our luck being a little bad for the time being. An elder said with a relaxed smile. My mental undulations can also cover around 2,000 meters. Within 2,000 meters, as long as there's an exit, it can't escape my mental scan. Alright, enough nonsense. How about this, split up and search, Rong Yi ordered. Yes, Lord Rong. In the next instant, Rong Yi and these elders split into 4 small teams, respectively carrying out a carpet search from north, south, east, and west. Oh. Split up. Xiao Han's footsteps paused. But it's no problem. My mental power's scanning range is 50,000 meters. It's enough to perfectly monitor them. Half an hour later, damn it. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mental undulations swept out. He discovered that Rong Yi and the 3 elders were approaching a courtyard about 5,000 meters away from them. In that courtyard, there was an exit. This exit is 5,000 meters away from Rong Yi. I don't know if Rong Yi's mental undulations can detect it. Xiao Han felt slightly nervous. We must not let Rong Yi teleport out. Otherwise, it will become a disaster. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's flesh shook. The blood and qi in his body surged, his meridians thundered, and his bones exploded one after another. He unleashed his speed and madly flew towards the exit. That exit was about 30,000 meters away from Xiao Han. In this devil palace, once true qi was activated to fly, it would trigger the maze. One could only jump and run with the strength of one's flesh. Fortunately, Xiao Han's flesh was as strong as an ancient savage beast. He madly ran. Although he couldn't teleport. But his speed was definitely not slow. Found an exit. Rong Ye's eyes lit up and his voice became hoarse. 5,000 meters to the west, there is a courtyard with an exit. Go. Let's go. Congratulations, Lord Rong, for finding the exit. The three elders shouted at him in unison. Very quickly, the four of them exerted their strength and quickly moved towards the exit. As expected, Rong Yi and the others began to run, getting closer and closer to the exit. Rong Ye's mental undulations have already scanned the exit. Xiao Han's feet moved like the wind, trampling on the ground, making a rumbling sound and filling the sky with dust. Now, it was up to Rong Yi and Xiao Han to reach the exit first. Rong Yi was 3,000 meters away from the exit. Xiao Han was 10,000 meters away from the exit. Rong Yi was 2,000 meters away from the exit. Xiao Han was 5,000 meters away from the exit. In terms of running speed, Xiao Han was still much faster than Rong Yi. This also became a great asset for Xiao Han to deal with Rong Yi. In the blink of an eye, when Rong Yi was 1,000 meters away from the exit, Xiao Han had already reached the courtyard where the exit was hidden. Ancient giant, come out, there was no time to lose. Xiao Han directly released an ancient giant from the despair demon compound. Xiao Han, what's the situation? When the ancient giant came out, he was confused and asked a series of questions. Don't worry so much. This is the exit. You should leave the hallucination demon palace first. After saying that, Xiao Han did not allow any explanation. He directly grabbed the ancient giant and threw him towards the exit. Xiao, the ancient giant did not even have time to react before he disappeared from the hallucination demon palace. The spatial teleportation door thus disappeared. Hoo hee hee, Rong Yi almost found this exit. So dangerous. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and directly broke this quiet and elegant courtyard into many hallucination demon realms. He swallowed them into his sea of consciousness like a whale and refined them completely. At the same time, Xiao Han madly ran in the opposite direction of Rong Yi. There are still a few hundred meters before we reach the exit. Rong Yi laughed happily. Then, he turned his head and said to the elder who followed him. I will teleport out first. You guys hurry up and find the exit. No matter, there are still hundreds of exits. We will find it eventually. Yes, Lord Rong does not need to worry about us. The three elders were also very optimistic. At this time. What? Rong Ye's madly running footsteps suddenly stopped. His cheerful expression instantly turned into a violent storm. Damn it. That exit disappeared. That exit actually disappeared. Someone was one step ahead of us and entered the exit. Damn it. As he roared, Rong Yi suddenly released his spiritual force. There is a young man from the trash plane running madly. In the surrounding few thousand meters, I only found that young man. His running speed is very fast. A young man from the trash plane? The three elders said in unison. Lord Rong, let's chase after him. Chase. Rong Yi clenched his teeth, but his face was also filled with disappointment. Chase what chase? That kid's true qi cultivation seems to be a mess, but his physical body is not bad. We may not be able to catch up if he runs. Moreover, the disappearance of that exit seems to have nothing to do with him. Someone else was teleported out through that exit. Forget it, let's continue to look for the next exit. I have already remembered that young man's appearance. Once I see him, I will immediately kill him. Turn him into ashes. Xiao Han madly ran with large strides, but his spiritual force spread out like a spider web, closely observing the situation in the area of 50,000 meters. Hee, just now was the first time this young master fought with that Rong Yi and made him suffer. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Han could not help but laugh. With this young master here, don't even think about finding the exit. This young master will keep an eye on you. Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered something. 10,000 meters to the north, two groups of demons from Rome Ye's plain were approaching a house at the same time. There was an exit in the house. Among these two groups of people, there were two elders under Rome Yi, super experts who had opened the heaven's eye between their brows. Xiao Han did not hesitate and directly ran towards the house that contained the exit. Boom! The ancient giant Yan Qi from Xiao Han's plane blasted out a fist. The fist force was like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding space to explode and forcing a few enemies to retreat. At this moment, Yan Qi was surrounded by a total of 34 8th-level True Qi Realm Talisman Formation Realm experts. Although Yan Qi was a 9th-level True Qi Realm expert, he did not have the slightest advantage when facing dozens of powerful enemies. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously and his body was hit a few times. Roar! When the tiger falls on the plain, it will be bullied by the dogs. I am a dignified ancient giant with a cultivation of 9th-level True Qi Realm, but I am actually surrounded by a group of 8th-level True Qi Realm experts. Yan Qi's face was covered in blood. Trash. A demon warrior from Rome Ye's plain stepped forward with a face full of disdain. You can be considered a top expert in your plane, right? 9th-level True Qi Realm. Heh, but in our plane, you are only average. Alright, prepare to die. Killing a 9th-level True Qi Realm expert like you will be considered a great achievement. As he spoke, the 34 8th-level True Qi Realm experts spread out in a fan shape. All of them were preparing their ultimate killing technique and surrounded Yan Qi like a hawk hunting a rabbit. In fact, among these 34 8th-level True Qi Realm experts, a few of them had expanded their meridians by a few hundred times. Their foundations were many times stronger than when Yan Qi first expanded his meridians. Therefore, even though he had the advantage in terms of cultivation base, Yan Qi would not be able to win in a real battle, let alone in a situation where he was outnumbered. It seems that fighting head-on will not bode well for me. Moreover, once my injuries are too severe, I will not be able to withstand the hallucinatory demonic realm and might even be possessed by the devil. Forget it, there is an exit 1,000 meters ahead. I should just go straight for it. Let's teleport out first. Get lost. As soon as he thought of this, Yan Qi's True Qi exploded from his body. Countless True Qi dragons shot out from the true meridians on his body and attacked the 34 8th-level True Qi Realm experts. In the next moment, Yan Qi was already sprinting toward the exit in front of him as fast as he could. Bang! 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 The 34 8th-level True Qi Realm experts dispersed Yan Qi's True Qi attack and started barking. Go after him. We must kill this guy. A slender young man with a white cloth wrapped around his head slowly walked out. I can sense it with my mental strength. There is an exit 1,000 meters ahead. That guy must be trying to use the exit to escape. We must not let him succeed. Let's go after him. Also, I noticed that a few elders are rushing over. They must have found the exit as well. Whoosh whoosh, two elders with a faint red mark on their foreheads were running in the direction of Yan Qi's escape at an extremely fast speed. There are dozens of people in front of us. They are the devil warriors from our realm. They are chasing after a devil warrior from that rubbish realm. There is an exit in the direction where the devil warrior from that rubbish realm is running, one of the elders said indifferently. Go after them. A bloodthirsty look flashed past the other elder's eyes. Yan Qi ran for his life. We're almost at the exit. Faster. Faster. Yan Qi's face was twisted. His physical body was not very strong, so his running speed was not very fast. Ha 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 ha, trash, you have nowhere to run. Ha 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 ha. The voices of the pursuers could be heard from behind. **T. This group of trash's running speed actually surpassed mine. If I could use my True Qi to fly, I would have left them in the dust. Yan Qi's heart sank. No. I, Yan Qi, am an ancient giant. I will not die here. Yan Qi's eyes were bleeding. At that moment, whoosh, Yan Qi's vision blurred. A figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Who? Yan Qi's mind was on the verge of collapsing. He looked up and saw that the person blocking his way was the young man, Xiao Han. Oh. Ancient giant Yan Qi, who are you being chased by? Xiao Han asked with a half-smile. Xiao Han. Get lost. Yan Qi bared his teeth and roared. To be continued. Chapter 431. Looking at Yan Qi, who was running for his life, Xiao Han felt a slight sense of satisfaction. He shook his head and laughed. Yan Qi, weren't you very arrogant before? You used to be able to summon the wind and rain, but now you're running like a stray dog. Ha 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 ha. That's right, there's an exit in front. Are you trying to get rid of your enemies and teleport out? What? You. Xiao Han. You've also discovered the exit in front? Yan Qi's expression froze for a moment before he screamed hysterically. Xiao Han, let me give you a piece of advice. I was the one who found the exit first. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Xiao Han's killing intent surged. However, he quickly suppressed it. Forget it. You're one of the most powerful figures in our plane. You might be able to gain something by exploring the genius zone. Seeing that we're from the same plane, I, Xiao Han, will not argue with you. Consider it as repaying evil with good. Get lost. What are you blabbering about? Yan Qi was furious. At this moment, you can't run. Ha 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 ha. Another piece of trash. Ha ha ha. Expanded aperture realm? Expanded aperture realm? Ha 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 ha. I'll kill both of them. Behind him, the 34 8th level true energy formation realm cultivators had already caught up. It's over. Yan Qi's heart turned cold. To think that I, Yan Qi, a hero, would die in the hands of a bunch of 8th level true energy trash. In the blink of an eye, the liquid spiritual planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness expanded. Boom boom boom, the hallucinatory demonic realm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down from all directions like a tide. It bombarded the 34 8th level true energy formation realm cultivators. Ah! The 34 8th level true energy formation realm cultivators. All of them let out miserable cries like pigs being slaughtered. They wailed at the top of their lungs. Bang! 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 In an instant, the heads of 34 8th level true chi formation realm cultivators all exploded. Their bodies exploded and they died on the ground. The thick stench of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, Yan Qi's eyes bulged out. He stared at Xiao Han as if he had seen a ghost. Alright, let's hurry to the exit. There are already 2 elders from the Rhone Plain chasing after us. Xiao Han said indifferently. If you want to live, then hurry up and rush to the exit. With that, Xiao Han turned around and ran away. Yan Qi shook his head in disbelief, then ran for his life towards the exit. The 2 elders who were in hot pursuit suddenly let out a sharp roar. Their tone was filled with resentment. Dead. A total of 34 true Chi level 8 demon heroes, in our plane. A wave of geniuses from the devil hero realm had all died. Roar. The exit had also disappeared. By that guy from the trash plane. You snatched the exit and killed our plane's genius hero. Unforgivable. Such a weak plane gave birth to the evil heroes, all of them as lowly as beasts. Only we can kill them, they can never kill our people. This was treason and heresy. This is the injustice of the heavens. Was it done by that 9th level true energy cultivator? But, that can't be right. Just now, that 9th level true energy cultivator was being chased by our evil heroes and was running for his life. He definitely doesn't have the ability to kill our people, and it's impossible for him to instantly kill 34 of our people. Xiao, the two elders released their mental power at the same time. There's a young man. My mental power detected that there's a young man from the trash plane running quickly in front of us. His physical strength is extremely strong and his running speed is extremely fast. Could it be this young man? However, his true chi cultivation is only at the expanded aperture realm. This is strange. Forget it, since the exit has disappeared, we will find Lord Rong and report this matter to him. Let him make a decision. A female swordsman from Xiao Han's dimension was walking slowly in a narrow alley. She seemed to be struggling to take even a single step. Her face was pale and her breathing was rapid. Her beautiful face was extremely tense at this moment. Hallucinatory demonic realm. Today's hallucinatory demonic realm is too dangerous. Even though I tried my best to guard my mind, but there were a few times where I almost fell into a trance. My life and death was hanging by a thread. The corner of her mouth pulled into a bitter smile. It seems that finding the exit is just wishful thinking for me. At this moment, Xiao, a person rushed up from behind and grabbed the female evil hero's smooth and soft hand, directly dragging her towards the narrow alley. Yeah. The female evil hero's body shook violently. Because her mind was completely focused on resisting the hallucinatory demonic realm, she didn't even notice that someone was approaching her. She was shocked and turned her head to look, only to discover that the person who grabbed her was Xiao Han. Phew, Xiao Han, so it's you. You scared me to death. I thought. At this moment, the female evil hero finally reacted. Her hand was tightly held by Xiao Han, and she said with slight anger. Xiao Han, on the verge of death, you. What are you doing? Have you found the exit? Exit? Xiao Han smiled mysteriously. You come with me. With that, Xiao Han dragged the woman into a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a space teleportation portal. The exit is here. Xiao Han smiled brightly and then pushed the female evil hero into the exit. I've ruined another good thing for those fellows. Seeing the door disappear, Xiao Han leaped out of the courtyard and ran far away. Not long after Xiao Han left, a few of Rong's subordinates elders rushed into the courtyard in anger. Damn it. We were actually one step ahead of us. Damn it. It's that evil hero from the trash plane who snatched our exit. It seems like a young man at the expansion point realm. Wait a moment. Another elder's expression was cold. Just now, I released my mental energy and indeed found a young man. His running speed was extremely fast, and he seemed to have run out of this courtyard, dusk. The exit has been discovered 5,000 meters ahead. Rong ran at a high speed, and an expression of determination appeared on his face. However, what? Someone got ahead of us again. Damn it. I have already surveyed the area previously. There were no other evil heroes nearby. Why did one suddenly appear? Damn it. Tear him into pieces. Rong was enraged. His body shook. A large area of space collapsed and was destroyed. His mental energy swept across. It's that kid again. His true chi cultivation is a mess, but his physical body is not bad, and his running speed is as fast as a laser. It's him again. Strange, something is very strange. Kid, stay here for me. Suddenly, the true chi in Rong's body surged. Immortal chi gushed out from his body, and his right hand grabbed at the air. In an instant, with Rong as the center, a large area suddenly seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. Huge panic shrouded everything. At this moment, the space around him began to fluctuate, as though there was an earthquake. One after another, the space was distorted. Even the hallucinatory demonic realm that filled the air. Everything was distorted, twisted, and collapsed. Just now, Xiao Han found an evil hero from his own plane in advance, and before Rong, he used the exit to help the evil hero from his plane escape. Xiao Han was proud of himself, and ran away. He did not expect that Rong actually saw the clues, and attacked Xiao Han with a thunderous attack. Xiao Han and Rong were separated by thousands of meters. In this demon palace, the hallucinatory demonic realm and all kinds of mazes, space laws, and time laws coexisted, so that anyone's ultimate attack would be greatly weakened. But what Xiao Han did not expect was that with a thought, Rong's killer move enveloped him, shaking Xiao Han so much that his bones were about to crack, and the spiritual power star in his brain and sea of consciousness almost shattered. Amazing! Xiao Han secretly exclaimed. He steadied his mind, and the spiritual power star in his sea of consciousness surged wildly. In an instant, above Xiao Han's head, the densely packed hallucinatory demonic realm gathered, forming a huge funnel-shaped vortex. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Rong's terrifying giant hand had already killed through the air. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of the star disintegrating was endless. That terrifying giant hand was formed purely from true energy, and there were even yellow reverse scales growing on it. It locked onto Xiao Han and attacked. The moment it clenched its fist, its 5 fingers opened, and in a thousandth of an instant, it had already transformed into millions of hand seals, forming at least tens of thousands of martial arts in the void, the life-slaying technique. At the critical moment, the hallucinatory demonic realm vortex above Xiao Han's head suddenly wrapped around the terrifying giant hand. All kinds of illusions appeared and disappeared, and the terrifying giant hand's attack was actually delayed for a few breaths. Boom! Xiao Han took a deep breath, and with a stomp of his feet, he had already jumped out dozens of zhang like a star, and with 2 or 3 jumps, he was already far away. Motherf ****. Really strange. Not only is his flesh shell strong, but his spiritual power has also been cultivated to the pinnacle. He can actually vaguely control the hallucinatory demonic realm. That trash plane actually produced such a young man. Rong retracted his giant hand, his face was hazy, and his killing intent was soaring. To actually repeatedly ruin this seat's plans, this person must die. At the same time, Xiao Han had already madly sprinted 10,000 meters away, and then he stood against the wall, slightly bent over, and panted non-stop. Too powerful, as expected of the leader of a powerful plane. In the hallucinatory demonic palace, he was able to release such an attack, and almost killed me. If it was outside, I'm afraid that just a breath of air from him would be enough to shatter my bones. No, I must once again cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique, strengthen my spiritual power, and make a breakthrough. Perhaps only then will I have the ability to completely contend with him. Late at night, Rong had his hands behind his back, and with a cold expression, he stood proudly in the courtyard of an exquisite house. Beside him, there were more than 10 elder-level subordinates, and close to 100 demon warriors. Lord Rong, it is a young man from the trash plane, with the cultivation of expanded aperture realm. He is suspected to have instantly killed 34 of our plane's talisman realm demon warriors, and also snatched the exit that we locked onto. An elder said angrily. Yes, Lord Rong, it is a young man with an extremely trashy chi cultivation, who snatched the exit that should have belonged to us. Another elder reported. Humph. It's him. Spoiling this seat's plans twice in a row. If not for this brat, this seat would have long left this damned hallucinatory demonic palace. Rong's expression was extremely ugly. Lord Rong, along the way, we found many corpses, and all of them were the demon warriors of our plane. In that case, it must have been done by that little bastard. A demon warrior's eyes were filled with resentment. That little bastard is the instigator of all this. Rong's killing intent soared to the heavens. From tomorrow onwards, work together to kill that little bastard. We must exterminate him. Yes. Lord Rong. To be continued. Chapter 432. Late at night. Inside the hallucinatory fiend palace. Rong gathered more than a dozen elders and close to 100 fiends. At this moment, all of them were flustered and exasperated, gnashing their teeth and cursing Xiao Han viciously. Now, Xiao Han wreaked havoc in the fiend palace, causing them to suffer setbacks again and again. Furthermore, he assassinated a large number of fiends from the Rhone plain. This matter was already as clear as day, completely exposed, and there was no longer any suspicion. If not for that little bastard, our plane would continuously obtain exits, and many people would be able to leave this hallucinatory fiend palace. Damn it. That little bastard must die. No one in the world could save him. Even if he leaves the fiend palace and reaches the outside, we must also blast him into dregs, an elder roared, blowing his beard and glaring. The other elder also sighed endlessly with regret. Heavy losses. Lord Rome, we suffered heavy losses this time. Who knows how many fiends were assassinated by that little bastard? The fiends who died were all geniuses of our plane. One death is an irreparable loss, and now, sigh. If these geniuses died in the genius zone, we also have nothing to say. But now, they actually fell at the hands of a little bastard from a trash plane. Wasting the zither and burning the crane, just thinking about it makes people stomp with rage. Enough. All stop jabbering. Rome's expression was dark as water. Saying this already has no use. Right now, the most important thing is to capture that brat and torture him to death. But Rome's tone changed. Wanting to kill that little bastard is also not that easy. After a pause, Rome continued. Inside this hallucinatory fiend palace, not only is it filled with endless hallucinatory fiend realms, but also drifts with time laws. Space laws. Setting up a profound maze. Once using true chi to fly, one will fall into the maze, unable to move forward. Hence, one can only use pure flesh shell strength to control the four limbs to carry out running and jumping. And that little bastard just happens to be blessed by heaven in terms of flesh shell cultivation, making him in the fiend palace. His running speed is much faster than ours, making us unable to catch him. Furthermore, his mental strength is extremely terrifying, able to borrow the hallucinatory fiend realms to launch attacks on our people, causing our people to become bedeviled, self-destructing and dying. With that said, the elders and many fiends present all held their breaths. Yes, he would kill Xiao Han outside. It could be said to be effortless, but in the hallucinatory demon palace, it really wasn't that easy to hunt them down. Master Rome, how should we deal with that little bastard? An elder asked in a low voice. Rome fell into deep thought. Dozens of breaths later, right now, gather up all of our men scattered throughout the demon palace and inform them of the young man's physical characteristics. Then, as soon as that kid reveals his whereabouts, we will lock onto his approximate position and set up an encirclement, surrounding him in the center. Our people will slowly shrink the encirclement, and finally, we will intercept him. Remember, that little bastard can make use of the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill with a borrowed knife. Hence, the moment you see him, attack him immediately. Don't waste time with him and don't give him the chance to use the hallucinatory demonic realm. Next, with the elders as the leaders, lead the many demons and split them into several small teams to surround and kill that little bastard. Although that little bastard's mental strength is strong, when he meets the elders of our plane, they definitely won't be able to instantly turn an elder into a demon. His true chi cultivation is very weak. As long as we give him a few breaths of time, we can crush him to pieces. Yes, Master Rome. Also. Rome's eyes flickered with a sinister light. According to the information we have, that little bastard has been helping the demons of his plane to escape. After he finds the exit, he won't go out himself. Instead, he will help the trash demons of his plane to leave. Hence, this guy's personality must be very philanthropic and self-righteous. He thinks he's the savior. From tomorrow onwards, in the hallucinatory demon palace, we will capture the demons of his plane alive. Then, we will use them as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. With caution, we will make that little bastard fall into our trap. Master Rome, good plan. In short, temporarily slow down the progress of finding the exit and eradicate that little bastard first. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat well and sleep well, Rome said coldly. Yes. All right, now go find our men and gather them. Rome waved his hand. Under the cold moonlight, Xiao Han strolled on a large road. Xiao Han didn't forget to eat and sleep to cultivate the extermination heaven-decimating earth mental technique. Currently, the hallucinatory demon realm in the hallucinatory demon palace was no longer of much help to the breakthrough of his cultivation technique. I must wait until tomorrow. Once I wait until tomorrow, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm will increase by another 10 times. After I absorb and refine it, the liquid spiritual power star in my sea of consciousness will be nourished again and undergo a transformation. However, although Xiao Han gave up on cultivating, he still spread out his mental fluctuation, enveloping an area of 50,000 meters, and quietly observed the changes. Presumably, that Rong has already discovered me. I have continuously ruined their plans. They must want to kill me as soon as possible, right? Xiao Han was slightly nervous in his heart. That's right, what he was facing now was definitely a giant existence. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to contend against a supreme being. Rong's battle strength is definitely not weaker than the 10 great demon emperors of our plane. He might even be able to contend against the joint forces of the 10 great demon emperors of the demon race. Going against him definitely requires great courage and an undefeatable temperament. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of impure air. I don't know if I can accumulate my true qi and true talismans after establishing a super strong enemy like Rong, but it doesn't matter. As long as I stay in this hallucinatory demon realm for one more day, my advantage will increase. I'm afraid that Rong still doesn't know this, right? While walking, Xiao Han discovered that an exit had appeared 10,000 meters to his east. And about 5,000 meters to his west, there was a demon warrior from his plane who was curled up in a corner, resisting the hallucinatory demon realm. The situation was extremely difficult. I have to be a good person again, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Immediately after, Xiao Han strode towards the west. When Xiao Han found the demon warrior from his plane, his situation was not optimistic. He had been suppressed by the hallucinatory demon realm to the point that he could not move an inch and was curled up in a corner. He was barely resisting the hallucinatory demon realm in the demon palace. Xiao Han extracted the hallucinatory demon realm near the demon warrior's body. It lightened the burden on him. Then, he brought him to the exit and sent him out. In the next 4 hours, Xiao Han helped 3 demon warriors from his plane find the exit and leave. He also assassinated 23 demon warriors from Rome's plane. Among them, there was even a 9th level true Qi realm true treasure. The night passed. Light descended. The 3rd day of the hallucinatory demon palace. When the first glimmer of dawn rose from the horizon. In the entire hallucinatory demon palace, layers of illusions appeared. Compared to yesterday, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm had increased by 10 times. My spirit waves have been compressed. Xiao Han released his spirit waves. He casually swept through. Yesterday, I could still survey a range of 50,000 meters. Today, I can only barely survey a range of 10,000 meters. Under this degree of hallucinatory demon realm, my spirit sense has been seriously disturbed and affected. However, Rong and the others must have also been disturbed. Everyone's situation is about the same. At this moment, Xiao Han's ears had a clear auditory hallucination. On the 3rd day of the hallucinatory demon palace, the density of the hallucinatory demon realm has increased by 20 times. The danger level has increased by 20 times. 1,000 exits, 803 remaining. There are still 803 exits, not bad. No need to rush. Xiao Han nodded slightly. After a few breaths, Xiao Han shook his head. Let's not worry about this first. Let's cultivate. Today, I must complete the 15th spirit finger incantation. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both of his hands and pulled fiercely. The nearby houses and dozens of courtyards were directly decomposed into rays of light and shot into his brain. Puff! The liquid spirit power miniature planet in his brain was like a glutton encountering delicious food, frantically refining and absorbing the hallucinatory demon realm that Xiao Han absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiao Han's whole body trembled and his spirit was roused. His limbs and bones felt extremely comfortable. He no longer hesitated and continuously refined the hallucinatory demon realm in the demon palace. His spirit power was rising steadily. After completing the 14th spirit finger incantation yesterday, his spirit power had been stagnant. Today, it once again advanced by leaps and bounds. It was unstoppable. This also made Xiao Han even more aware that cultivating the extinguishing heaven decimating earth spirit technique in this hallucinatory demon palace was simply a match made in heaven. At the center of the demon palace, an extremely dense and tyrannical area of the hallucinatory demon realm. In a plaza, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. With no one around him, his hands continuously formed seals. All kinds of profound and cryptic hand gestures were like fleeting shadows, shuttling back and forth. Xiao Han was currently crazily practicing the 15th spirit finger incantation. At the same time, all the buildings around the plaza were decomposed. A large area of space was completely swallowed by Xiao Han and refined into his sea of consciousness. A blazing spirit power halo bloomed behind Xiao Han's head, emitting an immortal spirit light. In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be an incomparably huge ancient ferocious beast hiding and breathing. It specialized in swallowing these hallucinatory demon realms. Like a Kuan Peng breathing in and out. Swallowing the long river and spitting out the sea. Imposing and majestic. 2 hours later. Hong, following the completion of the last hand gesture of the 15th spirit finger incantation, the liquid spirit power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness expanded, its volume explosively doubling. Xiao Han opened both his eyes. He only felt that the entire world seemed to have a higher level, brighter and brighter. His state of mind was like the blazing sun and fire, clear and boundless, without a speck of dust and dirt. The 15th spirit finger incantation, I've finally mastered it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At this time, Xiao Han once again released his spirit wave. Oh. It can detect any movement within a range of 80,000 meters. Xiao Han slightly paused, then immediately nodded his head repeatedly. My spirit power has become increasingly powerful. At the same time, 5,000 kilometers to the east, there are dozens of fellows from the Rhone Plains slowly approaching me. Approximately 10,000 meters to the west, there are also hundreds of demons from the Rhone Plain probing in my direction. South? Rhone? That Rhone Plain is approximately 2,000 meters to the south, leading dozens of elders towards my direction. North? In the north, there are no less than 5 elders who have opened their heaven's eye, leading hundreds of demons over. TSK, this group of people in the north is not even 1,000 meters away from me. North, south, east, and west, hundreds of people are surrounding me. Xiao Han stood up and slightly frowned. I've been surrounded? To be continued. Chapter 433. Just as Xiao Han entered the state of no man and no me, concentrating on cultivating the destroying heavens decimating earth mental technique, Rong had already led the demon hero troops from his dimension to conduct a carpet search of the entire hallucinatory demon palace, intending to capture Xiao Han. Lord Rong, last night, we gathered hundreds of evil heroes and began a major search this morning. From the 4 directions of the demonic palace, we encircled and intercepted. Everyone released their mental waves and did their best to search for that trash plains youth. A evil hero stood respectfully in front of Rong. However, Lord Rong, today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace has increased by 10 times, causing the range of our mental search to be compressed and suppressed. To find that little bastard, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time, yes. Rong's face was cold and stiff. From today's situation, although the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace is not enough to cause our plains people to be bedeviled, it has already greatly interfered with our mental senses. Even my mental waves have been suppressed to a range of 4,000 meters. However, that little bastard must be eliminated. He has assassinated many of our people. The debt of blood is monstrous, we must capture him. Yes, Lord Rome. At this moment. Roar. Rome let out a bestial roar. His indifferent expression suddenly became fiery, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched wildly, his eyes filled with killing intent. My mental waves have sensed that little bastard. He is about 2,000 meters away from me. Surround him. Shrink the encirclement. Immediately inform the other groups of the boy's location. Quickly. Yes. Yes, Lord Rome. Shio shio shio. Suddenly, the few evil heroes under Rome took off and dashed in several directions, wanting to inform the other groups of Xiao Han's location. Boom boom boom, Rome spread his legs. He crazily trampled on the ground, his footsteps rolling like thunder, rushing towards Xiao Han's location. Behind Rome were more than 10 elders. More than 100 evil heroes were aggressive. Murderous intent surged. At this moment, Xiao Han stood in the middle of a square, his mental waves spreading out like a fishing net, enveloping an area of 80,000 meters. Naturally, Xiao Han knew the few groups of people under Rome like the back of his hand. Rome has already led his troops and is madly rushing in my direction. Xiao Han's eyes were as bright as a candle. Meanwhile, his spirit waves swept in several other directions. Apart from Rome, in the north, there are 5 elder-level experts who have opened their heavenly eyes leading hundreds of fiendish heroes. He's less than 1,000 meters away from me, and he seems to have locked on to my position as well, and is also rushing over. Xiao Han could already feel the burning killing intent of these two groups of people. The troops led by Rome quickly approached Xiao Han, the distance between them and Xiao Han. Another 1,000 meters or so. The 5 elders, who had opened their heaven eyes, were about 500 meters away from Xiao Han with their men. However, Xiao Han's body did not move at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he made the most accurate judgment and calculation. There are dozens of people from the Rhone plain in the east, and they are 5,000 meters away from me. There are also hundreds of enemies in the west, and they are 10,000 meters away from me. They haven't discovered me yet. I won't clash with Rome head-on for now. Break out of the siege. Choose a weaker direction and break through. I'll go to the east. There are only dozens of enemies in the east, and the ones leading them are a few elders. None of them have opened their heaven eyes, so their overall strength should be the weakest. Ha ha ha. I'll choose the east to break through. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart surged with lofty aspirations. Good. Such a powerful plane has sent out hundreds of elites, led by the leader of this plane, to surround and kill me. Ha ha ha. Such a powerful lineup is enough to take down my plane's fiendish hero pagoda, right? Ha 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 ha. To actually send out such a group to deal with me, Xiao Han. Ha ha ha, they've really given me, Xiao Han, enough face. Good, since you want to play, I, Xiao Han, will play with you to the end. After completing the 15th spirit finger technique, Xiao Han's confidence swelled to the limit, and a kind of invincible ambition that dared to compete with the heavens was born in his heart. Roar. Xiao Han let out a hearty roar, and the strength of his entire body surged. His bones and blood burst out with the sound of metal colliding. In an instant, Xiao Han pushed the strength of his body to the limit, and his life potential rose to its heart's content. Boom! Xiao Han ran east at top speed. Dong 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 dong, to the south of Xiao Han. Rome led his troops and ran like a group of ferocious beasts, vowing to catch Xiao Han and chop him into pieces. However, damn it. I've been discovered by that brat, and he's actually running away. Rome coldly howled. So fast. That little bastard's running speed is too fast. Moreover, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in Devil Palace today is 10 times higher than yesterday, causing me to be unable to accurately kill him through the air. Unless I can get within 200 to 500 meters. Rome made an effective assessment in his heart. As long as I maintain a distance of 500 meters from that little bastard, I have the confidence to kill or capture him through the air, but 1,500 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters, the distance between me and him is getting further and further. Roar. Rome let out a mournful roar, and this voice was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Not only am I unable to effectively get closer to him, but the distance between us is getting further and further. Damn it. Lord Rome, that little bastard's spiritual fluctuation and sensing range is indeed very large. It seems that his spiritual power is even more terrifying than what we imagined. An elder ran up from behind. Lord Rome, if you take a closer look, you'll notice that the little bastard's life force is very young. He's not even 40 years old. It's almost impossible for him to be able to cultivate such an outrageous mental power. Could it be that he cultivates an immortal art-level mental power cultivation technique? Or perhaps, he has a heaven-defying spiritual treasure on him? Whether it's an immortal art spiritual power technique or a heaven-defying spiritual treasure, they're all rare treasures in this world. Don't relax and give up. Directly catch him. Chase. Rome raised his physical speed to the limit. However, after a little less than an hour, Rome's figure. A slight pause, and then, boom, the surrounding void collapsed, and Rome was burning with rage. He's already more than 4,000 meters away from me. My spiritual fluctuation can't even sense him for now. Damn it. In the confrontation with Xiao Han, this Rome, once again suffered a setback. At the same time, in the north of Xiao Han, the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes led hundreds of demons to chase after Xiao Han. Originally, they were closer to Xiao Han's position than Rome. With only 500 meters left, they were all full of confidence, thinking that they would definitely be able to catch Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han madly ran towards the east. Along the way, the distance between them and Xiao Han was also getting further and further, simply unable to catch up with Xiao Han. In the end, Xiao Han also disappeared from the detection range of their spiritual fluctuations. Dong dong dong, Xiao Han's physical strength was long. It was endless, madly running all the way. It was simply that he had spare energy. It didn't take long for Xiao Han to completely shake off Rome and the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes. When Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuation swept over Rome and the 5 elder-level experts who had opened their heavenly eyes. Seeing the appearance of beating his chest and stamping his feet, Xiao Han's heart was secretly pleased. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. This daddy's spiritual fluctuation can sense an area of no less than 80,000 meters, while your spiritual fluctuations can't even reach 10,000 meters. Moreover, although this daddy's true chi cultivation is weak, the strength of my fleshly body is close to 100 million ding. When this daddy runs, you can only eat the dust behind this daddy's butt. In this hallucinatory devil palace, I really can do whatever I want. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han clearly sensed that in front of him, there were no less than 10 exits. 10 exits? Xiao Han's footsteps stopped. Damn, why did so many exits suddenly appear? Moreover, these 10 exits were actually side by side. Xiao Han hurriedly rushed over. Very quickly, Xiao Han arrived under a high wall. This high wall was approximately 300 meters long, and there were no less than 10 spatial teleportation doors, which were also the exits, embedded in it. This? Xiao Han frowned and pondered. In principle, I can't leave an exit for Rome. The reason why I'm entangled with him in this devil palace is to prevent him from finding an exit to leave the devil palace. As for myself, because I need to borrow the power of the devil palace to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique, I can't go out for the time being. Now, 10 exits have suddenly appeared here. Rome will definitely discover these exits if he chases us all the way here. What if he leaves? Let eldest senior brother and the others out first, and use up a few exits. With a thought, Xiao Han released Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the other 2 ancient powerhouses from the Despair Demon compound. Ah! Junior brother Xiao Han, you let us out, what's the situation now? Xiao Mingchu shouted the moment he appeared. Ah! The hallucinatory devil realm here is extremely terrifying. Luo Tianyu frowned. As for the other two ancient powerhouses, their temperament and cultivation were inferior to Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. Thus, the moment they came out, they hugged their heads, their faces distorted and bitter as they repeatedly cried out. These hallucinatory devil realms are attacking our hearts. We can't hold on any longer. Little brother Xiao Han, what's the situation? Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, the two ancient powerhouses, there are a total of 10 exits on the high wall in front of the four of you. Once you step through the exits, you will be able to teleport out of this hallucinatory devil palace. Once you're outside, you can rendezvous with the pagoda master. Alright, all of you enter the exit immediately. Xiao Han immediately said. Xiao Mingchu and the other three looked at the exit on the high wall and nodded. What a stable space teleportation door, this is the exit. Let's go out, everyone, go out. Xiao Han urged. Alright. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's go out together. Xiao Mingchu smiled. We stayed in junior brother Xiao Han's Demon Emperor crystal and didn't do anything, but we actually got the chance to go out. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, it's really good to follow you. Ha ha ha, the four swordsmen all burst into laughter. Yes, eldest senior brother, there are enough exits here. You guys go out first, I will follow closely behind. Xiao Han did not reveal the situation where he was dealing with Rome, it was too shocking. Let's go, Xiao Mingchu and the others were not bashful people. Immediately, the four ancient powerhouses each entered a door. In the blink of an eye, the four exits embedded on the high wall disappeared. Seeing his eldest senior brother safely teleported out, Xiao Han also heaved a sigh of relief. But now, there were still 6 exits on the high wall. After scanning with his spirit, he found that Rome was about 8,000 meters away from him. If I leave these 6 exits alone, Rome will definitely find them. Once Rome teleports out, I'm afraid eldest senior brother and the others will be in danger. I must think of a way to destroy these exits. Xiao Han furrowed his brows deeply. Chapter 434. Destroy the exits. What a crazy idea. In this hallucinatory magic palace that was filled with dangers and getting more and more dangerous by the day, there were only 1,000 exits. It was very limited. It could be said that every exit was very precious. The demon heroes were racking their brains to find the exits. It was impossible for them to have the idea of destroying the exits. This kind of idea was simply absurd and even a waste of God's gifts. However, there's no other way. In the nearby tens of thousands of meters, there are no demon heroes from my plane at all. I can't find a suitable candidate to consume these exits. Besides, in the past few days, the demon heroes from our plane have already been teleported out with my help. The number of demon heroes from our plane who enter the hallucinatory magic palace is small to begin with. The base number is small. In fact, there are 1,000 exits. For our plane, we don't need so many. There are still a few hundred exits left. In the end, it still benefits the demon heroes from Rome's plane, humph. Our plane and Rome's plane have already developed enmity. They are enemies and not friends. I would rather destroy these exits than leave them to the idiots from Rome's plane. However, how do I destroy these exits? Xiao Han crossed his arms and stared at the remaining 6 exits on the high wall. After careful observation, Xiao Han found that these 6 exits were very stable. Stable? Yes, the entire hallucinatory magic palace was actually in an extremely unstable state. Every inch of space was affected by the hallucinatory magic realm. Only these exits. There was not a trace of the hallucinatory magic realm. An incomparably stable spatial teleportation power appeared. Stable? That's why the demon heroes were able to successfully teleport out. They were unscathed. That is to say, if the exit of the door becomes unstable, then the teleportation function of the exit of the door will be ineffective. A flash of inspiration flashed into Xiao Han's brain. Unstable? Then, all of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental wave twisted out like a rope and captured the densely packed hallucinatory magic realm. Then, he absorbed these hallucinatory magic realm and directly smashed it into one of the doors embedded in the high wall. Boom! The door was forcefully filled by the hallucinatory magic realm and instantly collapsed. Hew, 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 strands of hallucinatory demonic domain rolled through the portal, turning the originally stable portal into a gap. The stable order of the portal was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha, success! Xiao Han was overjoyed. In the next moment, he continuously absorbed the hallucinatory demonic lands. The remaining 5 exits were all destroyed. It was completely and utterly destroyed. Good. It's done. After doing all this, Xiao Han continued to run towards the east, in the east. Under the leadership of the 6 elders, about 50 to 60 Yaoxians followed closely behind. Elders, did we gather our forces to deal with a cavern expansion realm youngster from that trash plane? A Yao chivalry asked with a smile. This is truly inconceivable. A mere Xian realm demon hero actually mobilized so many people. Furthermore, I heard that even our pagoda lord, Lord Rong, personally mobilized. Ha ha ha. I feel like we are making a mountain out of a molehill. Ha ha ha. As soon as he said this, the dozens of demon knights all laughed at the same time. All of you, shut up. An elder with white hair and a youthful face said with a serious expression. Do not underestimate the enemy. According to the information I have, that youngster from the trash plane is not easy to deal with. He is very tricky. It is said that many of the demon heroes in our plane have already fallen at his hands and died an unnatural death. Hiss. The large group of demon knights all sucked in cold air and looked at each other in disbelief. Oh, of course, it is not an open battle. Instead, it is an assassination using underhanded methods. It is extremely shameless. Another elder immediately explained. That little bastard isn't strong enough to face the forces of this plane head-on and pose a threat. He's just a coward who knows how to steal and steal. Everyone, just be careful. This time, we have divided our forces to encircle and annihilate that youngster. I wonder if he has already been killed. In a narrow alley hundreds of meters away from this group of people, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He extended his spiritual power and locked onto this group of people. Since you want to encircle and kill me, then you must pay a price. Xiao Han's mouth curved into an evil smile. After completing the 15th spiritual finger gesture, I can already control the hallucinatory magic realm in a large area. I can control it as I wish. I cannot directly kill a super strong person like Rong, but killing ordinary demon knights is as easy as drinking water and eating. 6 elders, leading 5 to 60 demon knights, walked in the demon palace with big strides. All of a sudden, boom boom boom, above their heads, thunder and lightning resounded. The sky that was originally bright and sunny suddenly turned dark and gloomy. It was as if the sky had collapsed. A large area of the void almost collapsed. Wind and clouds surged. All of a sudden. Not good. Hallucinatory magic realm tide. The hallucinatory magic realm in the area of a few thousand meters all gathered. It seems to be suppressing us. Quickly guard your mind. Quickly guard your mind. An elder screamed in horror. In the blink of an eye. Rumble. The endless hallucinatory magic realm formed a tide and covered them all at once. Ah! Roar! No! The demon army is attacking the city. Thousands of demon emperors have arrived. We are finished. The incorruptible demon knight tower is finished. We are beyond redemption. In an instant, more than half of the demon knights had their minds invaded by the surging hallucinatory magic realm and broke through their souls. Their minds collapsed and they roared. The next moment, bang! 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 These demon knights. One after another. They self-exploded their heads and died. All of you, guard your mind. A few elders cried and wailed. Bang! 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 The sound of self-exploding heads sounded one after another. Very soon. Beside the few elders, there was a ground full of broken corpses. Roar! Who is playing tricks in the dark? It must be that bastard. Roar! In less than 10 breaths, except for these few elders, all the demon knights were dead. As for these few elders, the pressure on their bodies also increased sharply. Waves of hallucinatory magic realm kept attacking their cerebral cortex. Sit cross-legged. The 6 elders sat cross-legged. They formed a small circle, closed their eyes tightly, and chanted. Their temperament and spiritual power were pushed to the extreme. As expected of the elder level. Xiao Han kept absorbing the hallucinatory magic realm and attacking the 6 elders. However, for the time being, he could not make these 6 elders turn into demons. These elders are all in the celestial eye realm, but they have not opened the last true acupoint. It's just opening the heavenly eye. They should be old antiques who have lived for countless years and experienced countless birth, old age, illness, and death. Regardless of their temperament or cultivation, they are very terrifying. I can't kill them directly for the time being. Moreover, Rong is still chasing after me like a maggot in the bone. Forget it, I won't use hard and soft tactics with them for the time being. I'll find a place to complete the 16th spiritual finger gesture and fight again. Xiao Han made a prompt decision. He immediately stood up and ran towards the west. When Xiao Han was far away, the hallucinatory magic realm that enveloped the 6 elders gradually dissipated. Roar! Dead, all dead. A full dozens of geniuses. Died unnatural deaths like this, died without knowing why. Evil creature. Little bastard. Goddamned little bastard. Ruthless. Really ruthless. This is a death grudge. Those 6 elders looked around at the remains of the corpses on the ground. It was simply inconsolable, tragic beyond compare. Each and every one of them burst out with the anguished howls of the one weeping blood ape. Tears flowed down their old faces, unable to control themselves. There were a few elders who directly cried until they fainted. West. Xiao Han used the same method to directly kill hundreds of demon knights, leaving behind a ground of broken corpses. Furthermore, he used the hallucinatory magic realm to trap several leading celestial eye realm elders and swaggered off. Xiao Han's battle results could be said to be brilliant. Rome led a large group of people and caught up. A group of people stood under a high wall, all dumbstruck. On this high wall, 6 exits were inlaid. However, at this very moment, these 6 exits all appeared to be in a state of collapse. The spatial teleportation power within was extremely unstable. Moreover, there were densely packed hallucinatory magic realms shuttling back and forth. Exit? An elder's face was gloomy. But, it seems to have been deliberately destroyed. Kikik kikik, a strange owl-like cry burst out from Rong's throat. Lord Rong, elders, this should be the exit. Although the energy is not too stable, I am willing to take the risk and see if I can be teleported out. A demon knight at the 8th stage of the true energy realm stepped out. And go ahead and try. Be careful. An elder waved his hand, indicating that demon knight to enter one of the exits. Huff, that demon knight took a deep breath, then carefully chose an exit that was not so thoroughly damaged. His figure flashed as he entered. However. Ah! Poo 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 poo, the moment that demon knight entered this exit, his body was cut into meat paste by the chaotic spatial fragments. Damn it! That little bastard actually destroyed the exit. He is breaking the rules of the game. Roar! Rong burst out with a heart-wrenching howl. Xiao Han ran all the way, leaving Rong's demon knight troops far behind. There are another 20 exits lined up in front. Destroy them all. Xiao Han came to the foot of another high wall. Looking up, there were a total of 20 exits on the wall. With the experience of destroying the exit just now, Xiao Han was familiar with it this time. He directly took in the hallucinatory magic realms and blasted them into these exits. Very quickly, a total of 20 exits were all blasted into spatial turbulence. The 20 terrifying gaps were like monsters that chose people to eat. Playing with me? I'll play you to death. Xiao Han was extremely pleased. He continued to run. After running for a long distance, Xiao Han finally stopped. He found an extremely dangerous place where the hallucinatory magic realms were extremely dense. He sat down cross-legged, took in the hallucinatory magic realms, and refined them into his sea of consciousness to pave the way for breaking through to the 16th spirit finger technique. To be continued. Chapter 435. Xiao Han was indeed like a fish in water in this hallucinatory demonic palace. Not only could he use the hallucinatory demonic realm to indirectly kill a large number of Yao Xia from the Rong plane, but he could also cultivate crazily in it. He could even destroy the exit. He was completely omnipotent. Jiang Rong and the other peerless experts were toyed within the palm of his hand. At this time, Xiao Han was in an area with an extremely high density of hallucinatory demonic realm. It was an extremely dangerous area, and he was willfully absorbing and refining it. With Xiao Han's body as the center, the void in the area of 1,000 meters was collapsing. Like a whale swallowing seawater, the hallucinatory demonic realm in all directions was sucked into his sea of consciousness. The liquid mental power planet in his brain was sparkling and magnificent, and it burst forth with the sound of waves. After absorbing for a full 2 hours, the amount of mental power needed to break through to the 16th mental power finger incantation should be enough. Then, let's do it. Xiao Han's hands dragged out wisps of afterimages, and his movements were extremely fast. One after another, obscure and difficult gestures that ordinary people could not even imagine, were performed by Xiao Han skillfully, and each of the gestures began to connect to his heart's content. At the same time, a mental power halo that was like a scorching sun radiated out from Xiao Han's brain, and it shone brightly. It illuminated Xiao Han's state of mind like a clear sky, revealing every detail. However, when he was breaking through to the 16th mental power finger incantation, Xiao Han also released a small amount of mental power to monitor the surroundings. As long as someone approached within a range of 1,000 meters, Xiao Han would immediately sense it and respond. In an area 10,000 meters away from Xiao Han, Rong and the many elder-level experts under him, as well as a large number of Yao Xia, once again stood foolishly under a high wall. On this high wall, there were a total of 20 exits. However, at this moment, these 20 exits had all been destroyed. The chaotic hallucinatory demonic realm and space fragments wrapped around the 20 collapsed exits. The stable order had already been shattered. Rong, Lord Rong. These exits were all destroyed by that little bastard, right? An elder who had opened his heaven's eye. His face turned green. For him to wantonly destroy the exits like this, for us, it is extremely disadvantageous. In our plane, there are a lot of Yao Xia that entered the hallucinatory demonic palace, more than 1,000 people, but there are only 1,000 exits of the hallucinatory demonic palace. That means some of us will be eliminated and buried in this hallucinatory demon palace. But now, that little bastard is repeatedly destroying the exit. Our situation is becoming more and more precarious. If we allow him to continue destroying things like this, I'm afraid the number of people who can find the exit and teleport out of this plane will decrease drastically. Lord Rong, you must stop him. He couldn't allow him to continue destroying things. This is cutting off our path of retreat. Another elder was also trembling with fear. He said, How about, we can pretend to be courteous with this little bastard and temporarily reach a settlement, scram. Rome was seething with anger, and his aura shook, sending these elders flying. His face was full of arrogance and murderous intent. Dig 3 feet into the ground. He had to find that little bastard and tear his body into 1,000 pieces. You want us to compromise? Dream on. Kill him. Once I get out, I won't have to worry about anything else. I'll directly exterminate everyone on his plane. Moreover, I'll force him to tell me the plane's spatial coordinates. Afterwards, I'll carry out a massacre. I'll exterminate all the living beings on his plane. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones to vent the hatred in my heart. Rome was completely mad. Lord Rome, a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting howl resounded. In next to no time, numerous elders dashed over from 2 different directions. As soon as they got close to Rome, they erupted with extremely tragic barks. They gnashed their teeth, and their voices were filled with resentment and unwillingness to give up until one of them died. It's over. Lord Rome, it's all over, what's over? Rome's facial features had already completely shifted. Dead, all dead. Those elders beat their chests and stamped their feet. All of them are dead. The evil heroes that followed us, some were at the 8th phase True Chi formation realm, some were at the 9th phase True Chi realm, and some were at the True Chi realm. They were strong, bearing the hope of our plane. All of them were the pride of our plane. This time, when we explored the Genius Zone, we all had the belief that we would definitely win. We led this group of heaven's proud sons and daughters to embark on the journey, but, they're dead, they're all dead. All of them turned into devils and died by exploding their own heads, ruthless. Too ruthless. That little bastard from this plane is really one of the most ruthless people in the world. He kills without blinking an eye. His massacre has caused great damage to our plane's vitality, countless geniuses have died, and the entire plane has regressed for thousands of years. What? The evil heroes that followed you all died in battle? Rome's voice had also completely changed. His voice was hoarse, and his blood and chi had completely surged up to his face. Nearly 200 evil heroes followed you to chase after that little bastard, and now, they're all dead? They were all killed by that little bastard instead? They're all dead, vanishing into thin air, dying without a complete corpse. Pooh, suddenly. A mouthful of hot blood directly spurted out of Rome's mouth. His body was on the verge of collapse. Outside the hallucinatory Devil Palace. In the azure space of the universe, there were stable energy waves and spatial order. 2 camps. Shao Han's plane, led by the Tower Master, had already gathered dozens of people. 2/3 of all the evil heroes that entered the hallucinatory demon palace had successfully found the exit and were teleported out. As for the camp of Rome's plane, although there were also more than 100 evil heroes that were teleported out, more than 1,000 of them had entered. In other words, so far, the evil heroes that were teleported out from their plane were not even 1/10 of the total number of evil heroes. Tower Master, from this, it seems that our plane is really prosperous. Ha ha ha. Almost more than 2/3 of the people have escaped from danger and were not trapped in the hallucinatory demon palace. Ha 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 ha. An elder stood beside the Tower Master with great pride. Don't be too complacent for the time being. The Tower Master could not help but reveal an unconcealable smile on his face. The time in the hallucinatory demon palace is equivalent to 1 day in the real world outside. I estimate that it's already the 3rd day in the hallucinatory demon palace. The density and degree of danger in the hallucinatory demon realm is 20 times that of the first day. It's very dangerous. There are still 1/3 of our people that have not been teleported out. I don't know if they're lucky or not. Why didn't my junior brother Shao Han teleport out with us? There are clearly 10 exits, but he actually... Xiao Mingchu crossed his arms. There was a trace of worry on his face. Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. I think that little brother Shao Han will definitely be transported out unscathed. I've already heard people talking about it just now. In our plane, most of the fiend heroes that escaped unscathed all benefited from little brother Shao Han. It was little brother Shao Han who helped them find the exit. Furthermore, little brother Shao Han even personally killed many experts from the Rhone Plain. Luo Tianyo's face was also filled with admiration. Little brother Shao Han is really an extraordinary person. If it wasn't for him this time, I'm afraid, there would be no one in our plane who could survive until now. There wouldn't be more than 10. Yan Qi, you're saying that Shao Han killed 34 fiend heroes at the true energy formation realm in an instant? At this moment, the Tower Master and many elders were questioning the ancient giant Yan Qi. Yes. Yan Qi nodded heavily. That's right. Those 34 fiend heroes. Although they are all at the true energy formation realm, some of them have expanded their meridians well and built a solid foundation. Their talismans are also not to be underestimated. Therefore, if we really fought, they wouldn't lose to me. I didn't think that Shao Han would be able to kill them with just a thought. Tower Master, elders, if Yan Qi's guess is correct, Shao Han must be hiding a heaven-defying magical treasure on him. It might be an immortal artifact. As he spoke, Yan Qi's eyes shone with a fanatical light. Immortal artifact. It seems that it really might be an immortal artifact. The Tower Master's voice trembled as he breathed heavily. Legend has it that a true immortal artifact can move the void, move the stars, change the position of the stars, and kill in all directions. I didn't think that Shao Han would have an immortal artifact. This, Tower Master, Shao Han's realm is very low. It would be difficult for him to unleash the true power of an immortal artifact. An elder winked and said. That's right. Another elder slapped his thigh. If Shao Han could really unleash the full power of that immortal artifact, then he would have killed Na Rong long ago. Why are you still dawdling? What a pity. Such a good immortal artifact in Shao Han's hands is like a pearl covered in dust. It feels like a reckless waste of God's gifts. There's nothing we can do about it. Shao Han is only at the expanded acupoint realm. To be able to use that immortal artifact to instantly kill dozens of enemies at the 8th level true Qi realm is already his limit. However, the journey to the genius zone this time is too dangerous. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. How about Tower Master, when Shao Han comes out from the hallucinatory Devil Palace, we can discuss with him and ask him to hand over that immortal artifact. If that immortal artifact is in your hands, how powerful would it be? I don't dare to imagine it. I definitely don't dare to imagine it. An elder started to flatter. Humph. The Tower Master's expression was extremely smug. If I had an immortal artifact, killing Na Rong would only take a single thought. After pausing for a moment, the Tower Master's face turned red. After Shao Han comes out, I will personally talk to him. Inside the hallucinatory Devil Palace, Shao Han fervently cultivated. The last hand gesture of the 16th spirit finger technique was completed. The liquid spirit star in Shao Han's sea of consciousness increased in size again, and the density of his spirit increased by an unknown number of times. A huge amount of spirit power radiated out from Shao Han's brain and pierced through heaven and earth. Obliterate the void. Boom! Shao Han slightly released a spirit wave and was able to cover a range of 200,000 meters. Not bad. A large portion of this hallucinatory Devil Palace is already firmly under my control, and Shao Han's mind moved. Suddenly, an area with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared in the east and was directly confined by Shao Han's spirit power. Within this area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, all the hallucinatory devil realm were under Shao Han's control. I don't know if I can make those immortal I realm elders fall into bedevilment and die. Shao Han rubbed his nose. After pausing for a moment, Shao Han madly sprinted and reached the area tens of thousands of meters in front of him. He found a few of his demon hero companions who were suppressed by the hallucinatory devil realm and were on the verge of death. He helped them find the exit and teleported out. During this period of time, Shao Han consecutively destroyed a total of 100 exits. Finally, Shao Han found another berserk area of the hallucinatory devil realm and sat down cross-legged. I'll try to break through to the 17th spirit finger technique. A faint smile flashed across the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. After completing the 15th set of spirit finger technique, I will be able to purify an ordinary true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. After cultivating to the 20th set of spirit finger technique, I will be able to purify any peak true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. To purify a true Qi 9th phase true treasure realm, I will need to solidify my spirit power. I have completed the 16th set of spirit finger technique and should be able to purify a portion of true Qi 8th phase talisman formation realm. I will erase their ego and plant a belief in me in their minds. They will become my most loyal slaves like Brother Yen. Chapter 436. That's right, not only did Xiao Han's mental power liquefied, he had also completed the 16th spiritual finger art. Passing ordinary 8th level true Qi formation realm cultivators wasn't a problem at all. Passing was an extremely terrifying method. It was used to control the target and make the target willingly submit, establishing a master-servant relationship. Even if the two sides had the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife, it would all be written off after the passing. The slave would ignore everything and be loyal to the master. Passing 8th level true Qi formation realm, what kind of concept was that? One had to know that in Xiao Han's plane, as long as one had the cultivation of formation realm, they would definitely be a powerhouse in history. In other words, as long as he could pass a portion of the 8th level true Qi formation realm, Xiao Han would be able to return to his plane. Then, he would be able to call the wind and summon the rain, establish a sect, and become an ancestor. If he took a step further and his mental power solidified, he would be able to pass 9th level true Qi formation realm existences. Then, Xiao Han would be able to threaten the position of the Tower Master. Furthermore, after the mental power solidified, it would be able to turn into all kinds of weapons to kill the enemy. It would be so majestic that it would be able to sweep through everything. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's try to break through to the 17th spiritual finger art. Once I succeed, my mental power will transform once again. The benefits are indescribable. Xiao Han emptied his mind and violently absorbed the hallucinatory devil realm. His mind began to silently visualize the various hand gestures of the 17th spiritual finger art, inside the hallucinatory devil palace. Rong personally led many elders and hundreds of evil warriors and slowly advanced towards Xiao Han's direction. If there is no accident, that trash plane's little bastard must be hiding in the distance. Rong's face was filled with killing intent and his aura was tyrannical. According to the information we have, that little bastard can easily cause an 8th phase true Qi formation realm expert to fall into a devilish state. He can also cause a 9th phase true Qi true treasure realm expert to fall into a devilish state, but he is unable to cause a 10th phase true Qi immortal vision realm expert to fall into a devilish state. In other words, he can't do anything to the elders. Rong said coldly. Thus, from now on, continue to chase after that little bastard. Those below the 10th level true Qi formation realm and the immortal eye realm will all walk behind. The elders will walk in front, and if they encounter that kid, sneak attack. The elders will be in charge of defending, and I will personally take action to capture him. Yes. Yes. An elder who had been ambushed by Xiao Han said with lingering fear. Lord Rong is right. That little bastard isn't able to make us turn into devils when facing existences of our level. It seems that as long as we lock onto that little bastard's position, we'll be able to defeat him. It's not impossible to destroy him. In addition, I have also sent a group of chivalrous heroes to run around the entire Devil Palace to capture the chivalrous hero from the trash plane. As a hostage, I can lure the snake out of its hole at that time. In fact, once that little bastard shows himself, he'll die a graveless death. The corners of Rong's mouth pulled into a wisp of a savage smile. His true cultivation base is too weak after all. Expanding acupoint realm was a joke in itself. As long as we can lock onto him within a range of several hundred meters, he will be at our mercy. After a short pause, Rong continued. At the same time, hurry up and search for the exit. That kid was constantly destroying the exit. The situation is not optimistic. However, while they were chasing after Xiao Han, Rong and his subordinates, the elders, and the chivalrous spirits, kept roaring, and even screaming hysterically along the way. Because, along the way, Rong and the rest also continuously found exits. But each exit was destroyed by Xiao Han, leaving a scene of desolation. Destroyed. All the exits were destroyed by that guy. Too preposterous. Simply too preposterous. The elders and chivalrous spirits under Rome were howling and barking, like young girls who were defiled and humiliated by a scoundrel. What a reckless waste of God's gifts. Daring to even destroy the exits, is he still human? B****. Little bastard. Dozens to 100 exits have already been destroyed by him. This little bastard clearly wants to trap all of our plane's people to death inside the hallucinatory devil palace. At this time, the eyes of the chivalrous spirits under Rome all became blood red, filled with brutal killing intent and hatred. A beast that deserves to be cut 1,000 times. Lord Rome, it's a death grudge. That guy has already become a death grudge with us. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Either he dies, or we die. It's completely irreconcilable. Lord Rome, we must kill him at all costs. These chivalrous spirits all became restless, the crowd's emotions surging, becoming more and more intense. That's right, each time Xiao Han destroyed an exit, it roughly meant that among these chivalrous spirits, one might fall into this hallucinatory devil palace, consigned to eternal damnation. An exit represented a trace of hope. Xiao Han was destroying their hope. Lord Rong is too vicious. He's too sinister. Doing this, he wants to kill all of us. Despicable. He's no match for us in the open. Thus, he can only play such underhanded tricks. How sinister. Some of the elders also began to wail to the heavens and the earth. Enough. All shut up. Rong roared, his body shaking, releasing his aura, suppressing the entire scene. Dead silence. The situation is already very critical. It's simply urgent without delay. That little bastard's thoughts, we already understand. He wants to kill all of us, causing a complete annihilation. He's crazily destroying the exits. Now, we must capture him by hook or by crook. Otherwise, don't even talk about going to the genius zone. I'm afraid everyone will fail miserably and die here. Rome forced himself to calm down, surveying the scene. Our plane, the thousands of people who entered this hallucinatory devil palace, apart from those who have already found the exits and teleported away, as well as those who were killed by that little bastard, the remaining people are practically all gathered here. Now, this seat is going to distribute the forces. This is a moment of life and death, a moment of life and death. Everyone, listen to this seat's orders. This Rong also became completely serious, treating Xiao Han as the most important opponent in history. There's a total of 37 elders present, among which 6 are the head elders who have opened the heavenly eye. The number of chivalrous spirits is 534. Rong swept his cold gaze across the entire scene, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching continuously, saying word by word, if we can't find that little bastard for a long time, and let him continue to destroy the exits, then all of us will be buried in this hallucinatory devil palace. From the day this seat left my hometown, I already planned for the worst in my heart. This seat also thought about it before. Once we enter the genius zone, we may encounter even more powerful planes, causing our plane to become even more powerful. The losses were disastrous. However, I never expected at all. We might very well be destroyed in the hands of a cave expansion realm brat from a trashy plane. You should feel indignant about that, right? Involuntarily, there was a hint of bitterness in Rong's tone, as though he was at the end of his rope. We can't accept this. 37 elders and 534 chivalrous men roared. Things haven't reached the most desperate point yet. We still have a chance. We still have a chance to equalize. Listen. From now on, We will split into 7 combat teams to encircle that expanded aperture realm, little bastard. The final battle has begun. Rome ordered in an unquestionable tone. Combat Team 1. I will personally lead the remaining 6 combat squads, which will be led by 6 great elders who have opened their heavenly eyes. They will be divided into 7 groups. Although that little bastard is full of tricks and cunning, he's not a match for me. But facing an elder, he was powerless. Not to mention the elders who had opened the heavenly eye. In the process of encircling that brat, once you find an exit, immediately teleport. Every single person that can escape counts. Rome roared. Yes. Our plane will not be defeated. We will definitely be able to capture that little bastard. Lord Rome. We will definitely kill our way out. Also, Rome waved his hand, indicating for the excited crowd to quieten down. He continued to issue orders. Right now, our mental fluctuations have been suppressed by the high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, causing the range of our mental scanning to be limited to a few thousand meters. This is extremely disadvantageous to finding that little bastard. Now, I order that when we search for that little bastard, we can open our heavenly eyes. After opening our heavenly eyes, our scanning range will increase by at least several times, or even 10 times. This will allow our mental fluctuations to reach 10,000 meters. The 7 combat squads, with me as the leader, will all be able to open their heavenly eyes. Then, open your heavenly eyes. Although opening the heavenly eyes will rapidly deplete our energy, and opening them for a long period of time might even affect our life potential, at this moment of life and death, we can't care so much. Open your heavenly eyes. Shio, the light red mark on Rome's forehead suddenly opened, revealing a mysterious eyeball. This eyeball seemed to be able to see through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the void. Yes. The 6 elders also opened their heavenly eyes one after another. Depart. Rome coldly ordered. In the next moment, Shio, the 7 combat squads flew out from 7 different directions. At this moment, Xiao Han was using all his strength to break through to the 17th mental finger technique. A funnel-shaped hallucinatory demonic realm whirlpool spun above Xiao Han's head. Thousands of strands of the hallucinatory demonic realm, like rivers running into the sea, merged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, unceasingly tempering the liquid mental power planet. At the same time, Xiao Han's hands were constantly changing hand signs. The liquid mental power planet in his sea of consciousness was already becoming increasingly solid, emitting a dark golden light, showing signs of solidifying. Moreover, the liquid mental power planet was even glowing with a metallic luster. Suddenly. Success. The hallucinatory demonic realm within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to have been squeezed clean in an instant, completely merging into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. This caused the entire space to collapse and cave in. It became a vacuum zone. Xiao Han slowly stood up, a divine light flashed between his eyebrows. I've finally completed the 17th mental finger technique. The liquid mental power planet in my sea of consciousness is becoming more and more solid. Right now, the state of the liquid mental power planet is similar to the state between liquid and solid. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Han released a mental wave. The area covered was close to 1 million meters. Not bad, with just a thought, I can survey more than half of this hallucinatory demonic palace. Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Under the scanning of his mental wave, the location of a large number of exits was already known by Xiao Han like the back of his hand. Moreover, those fellows have split into 7 squads. Xiao Han swept his mental wave, and saw the situation of the Rome Plains troops in the Devil Palace with a glance. TSK, these fellows actually have an expression of facing death calmly, full of determination, fighting spirit, steadfastness, hot-bloodedness. It's as if they want to fight to the death with me. Since it's like this, I, Xiao Han, can only risk my life to accompany the gentleman, and fight to the death with you all. Xiao Han's figure directly jumped away. Chapter 437. After completing the 17th spirit finger art, the density of Xiao Han's spirit power was between liquid and solid state. Moreover, the scanning range of his spirit power had reached 1,000,000 meters. As a result, when Xiao Han's spirit power radiated out slightly, all the exits in the hallucinatory Devil Palace could be seen clearly. Xiao Xiao Xiao, Xiao Han's body turned into a shadow, jumping around in the hallucinatory Devil Palace. Whenever he encountered an exit, he would activate the hallucinatory Devil Realm and destroy it. He was simply enjoying himself. Every destroyed exit is equivalent to indirectly killing a demon warrior from the wrong plane, or killing their elder. Xiao Han was delighted. At this moment, the wrong plane was divided into 7 combat squads, conducting a carpet search in the Devil Palace. They swore to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Xiao Han. Each of their faces had extremely tragic expressions, as if they were facing death with equanimity. Killing intent rose up like smoke, solidifying on their faces, making them look ferocious. One of the combat squads, this combat squad was led by a great elder who had opened the Heaven Eye. Under his command were 7 ordinary Immortal Eye Realm elders, as well as 75 demon warriors. The lineup was magnificent. Open the Heaven Eye. Boom, the leading great elder's expression was cold. Suddenly, the light red mark between his eyebrows opened up. His eyebrows slightly opened, and a vertical eye opened up from his flesh, emitting a faint light. In an instant, under the illumination of this light, all kinds of substances in the Devil Palace, and even the movements of the endless hallucinatory Devil Realm, were all clearly seen by him, down to the finest detail. Most importantly, under the illumination of the Heaven Eye. This great elder's spirit power was highly concentrated, and the range of his spirit power's detection rose sharply. At the same time, the great elder's entire body shone with clear and crystalline light, surrounded by immortal chi, extraordinary and refined. This great elder had also opened the Heaven Eye to capture the floating immortal chi between heaven and earth. To refine the body. Seriously speaking. He also had a half-immortal body, and was very strong. In the situation where I don't open the Heaven Eye, I am suppressed by the high-density hallucinatory Devil Realm in this Devil Palace. My psychic power can only scan a range of 1,500 meters, but now that I've opened my Heaven Eye and burned my psychic power, I can scan a range of 20,000 meters. Our 6 Grand Elders, including Pagoda Lord Rong, are all expending their energy. Open your heavenly eyes and search for that little bastard. I'm confident that I can catch him. Yes. Great Elder. Open your 3rd eye and see through the void. That little bastard won't be able to hide. The ordinary elders and heroes behind him were all excited. They roared in excitement. Tens of thousands of meters away from this combat squad, Xiao Han sat on the wall and shrouded the area with his spiritual force, paying close attention to every move of the 7 combat teams on the Rong plane. TSK. With Rong as the leader, the leaders of the 7 combat teams are all existences that have opened the Heaven's Eye. Right now, they all opened the heavenly eyes between their brows, releasing the radiance of half-immortal bodies. It was indeed miraculous. Perhaps, after opening the Heaven Eye, the range of their spiritual wave detection will be greatly increased. However, do you think you can catch me with this? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth had a trace of ridicule. That's right, Xiao Han's current spiritual force detection range was 1,000,000 meters. Even if Rong and the others opened their Heaven's Eye, they would still be far from being able to compare to Xiao Han's spiritual force. Everything was under Xiao Han's control. Opening the Heaven's Eye like this will probably consume a lot of energy, right? Suddenly, Xiao Han jumped down from the wall. If you want to fight to the death with me at all costs, then let's fight. After completing the 17th spiritual finger incantation, Xiao Han's fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. The confidence of winning filled his heart. Xiao Han walked towards the combat team closest to him. With my current spiritual force, I can activate the hallucinatory demonic realm from thousands of meters away and attack the target. Previously, I could easily make those at the 8th and 9th stage of true Qi enter the demonic realm, but I can't do anything to those at the 10th stage of true Qi, the immortal I realm, which is the elder level of the Rhone plane. I can't make them enter the demonic realm in a short period of time. But now that I've completed the 17th spiritual finger incantation, what's the situation? I'll know once I try. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with a strong desire to fight. Surging and boiling, he strode towards the combat team. The combat team was also advancing towards Xiao Han's position. The Great Elder led the way, his heaven's eye sweeping forward, radiating light rays in the shape of a fan. Behind him were the 7 ordinary elders. Behind them, hanging for thousands of meters, were the 75 demon warriors. This kind of formation was also very particular. In the eyes of the people of the Rhone plane, Xiao Han couldn't do anything to the elder level. Thus, the Great Elder and the ordinary elders were at the front, holding the line. Once they encountered Xiao Han, they would attack. As for the demon warriors at the 10th stage of true Qi and below, they were dragged back for thousands of meters. This way, if they encountered an unexpected situation, the demon warriors at the back could quickly retreat and avoid being killed by Xiao Han. Great Elder, if we discover that little bastard, our effective attack range is around 200 meters. We have to think of a way to lure that little bastard over and make him enter our effective attack range. Only then will we be able to kill him in one fell swoop. However, that little bastard is very slippery and his movements are very secretive. Right now, I'm afraid that he won't be too close to us. An ordinary elder said to the Great Elder who was leading the group with a frown. Your effective attack range is around 200 meters, but when I open my heaven's eye, my effective attack range is 500 meters. The Great Elder said with a dark expression. Within 500 meters, I can kill an expansion point realm trash as easily as taking something out of my pocket. Suddenly. Roar. The Great Elder let out a wild and excited roar. His emotions were completely agitated, and he was on the verge of losing control. We found that little bastard. We finally found that little bastard. Around 18,000 meters. That little bastard is heading towards us. This seat's psyche undulations have finally found his location. The Great Elder's glabella shone brightly. Runes interweaved, and wind, fire, cloud, and lightning appeared. His entire body was also glowing with immortal light. His entire life seemed to have climbed to the peak. The most intense moment. As long as we kill that little bastard, we will be able to sweep away our disadvantage. At least a few hundred people can be teleported out. And I will become the hero of this world. We will make the greatest contribution. We will turn the tide. The Great Elder's voice was hoarse. Listen up. Everyone, hold your breath and focus. Don't make any noise and restrain your aura. The Great Elder ordered. Do not alert the enemy. That little bastard is 18,000 meters away from us, and our effective attack range is only a few hundred meters. We have to lure him over. If he were to turn around and escape now, our efforts will be in vain. Then, the Great Elder pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The mental energy fluctuations of that little bastard. They are also very strong. In terms of mental energy, he is stronger than all of us, even stronger than Lord Rhone. He is actually able to activate the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace. Therefore, the range of his mental energy fluctuations is at least 10,000 meters. In other words, when we are 10,000 meters away from him, he may directly discover us and escape. Let's do it this way. I will take the initiative to send mental energy fluctuations to him and communicate with him through the air. First, I will say some compromising words to deceive him. Make him lower his guard, and maybe even lure him over. As long as he is within our effective attack range. He must die. Great Elder, that guy, hasn't escaped yet, right? An ordinary elder at the side almost trembled with fear and asked. Not. Not yet. The Great Elder was also nervous and suffocating. He is already about 15,000 meters away from us. Getting closer and closer. This little bastard is still swaggering. I don't know if he has discovered us. All of a sudden, all the members of this combat team were nervous. It was already very difficult to find Xiao Han. It was already very difficult. Now, they were afraid that Xiao Han would slip away. After all, the distance of 10,000 meters was not within the control of this combat team. They had to approach carefully to ensure that Xiao Han did not change his route of action. There is no time to lose. I will communicate with him through the air now. Communicate with him. Let's stabilize him first. The Great Elder said while trembling. In the next moment, the Great Elder's entire body condensed true energy. His half-immortal body blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. He opened his mouth, and sound waves condensed into a line, directly transmitted through the air towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han walked quickly. Releasing his mental energy fluctuations, he had already locked onto the combat team that was closest to him. There is still about 15,000 meters. Xiao Han licked his lips. My effective attack range is several thousand meters. At this moment, buzz buzz buzz, the sound waves crossed 10,000 meters, penetrated through the layers of hallucinatory demonic realm, and arrived in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han was slightly startled. Someone is sending a sound transmission to me through the air? In the next moment, an old and hoarse voice sounded near Xiao Han's body. Hello, little friend. I am a Great Elder under Lord Rong. In my plane, the Demon Hero realm, I can be considered to have the power to cover the sky. Now, I think, it is time for both of us to have a good talk. Little friend, our two planes have never intersected. There is no grudge to speak of. The reason why we are killing each other. I think it is because of some misunderstanding. Moreover, it seems, it is you, little friend, who is killing our people unilaterally. I have to say, little friend, your methods are very brilliant. Our plane has always been strong. I did not expect that, in your hands, we will be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Now, both I and the leader of our plane, Lord Rong, admire you very much. Not only do we not hate you, but we also admire you very much. Ha 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 ha, why don't we bury the hatchet? On this matter, our leader, Lord Rong, has also spoken. Everything that happened before will be written off. Lord Rong is willing to become allies with your plane, little friend. Moreover, Lord Rong will also give little friend some opportunities. Ha ha ha, how about it? Little friend, now let us all value peace. All the demon heroes in the world are one family. Our common enemy is the demon race, not killing each other. Come. Little friend, I believe that your mental energy fluctuations have also detected me. Yes, now I am about 10,000 meters away from you. Little friend, I have no ill intentions. Come over and talk. I swear, I will never hurt you. Chapter 438. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stifled when he heard the first elder's voice transmission. Soon after, he shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. This? Are you trying to deceive me? Ha 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 ha. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Isn't this Great Elder too naive? Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han also understood that his effective attack range was a few thousand meters. Of course, this was not an attack with true qi or demon magic. If Xiao Han attacked with his true qi or demonic magic, the effective range of his attack would be suppressed by the layers of hallucinatory demonic mirror, and he might not even be able to reach 100 meters. Xiao Han had activated the hallucinatory demonic mirror and used it to kill people, which was why his attack power could reach a range of several thousand meters. However, the Great Elder of the Rong Plane, and even the Rong Plane himself, in this demon palace, under the high-density suppression of the hallucinatory demonic realm, their true qi divine art attacks most likely couldn't reach 1,000 meters, right? Staying in the illusory devil palace for another day, Rong and the others' attack range, and even attack power, would show varying degrees of weakening. This point, Xiao Han was deeply aware. Therefore, the first elder had made it clear that he wanted to play along with Xiao Han and lure Xiao Han into his effective attack range. How about this, little friend? Don't destroy the exit for the time being. If there's anything, we can discuss it face to face. If you have any conditions or requests, feel free to state them face to face. I will definitely try my best to satisfy you. Even if I can't satisfy your request, Lord Rong will still give you the most perfect answer. The first elder was still chattering away through voice transmission. As for Xiao Han, his face was full of disdain. However, suddenly, an idea and a mischievous idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind, and it quickly took shape. In the next moment, Xiao Han also released his sound wave. He used his mental energy to send a voice transmission through the air. Great Elder. I have indeed sensed your location. Great Elder, you are very strong. You have opened the heavenly eye, and in the immortal eye realm, you are an outstanding figure. Your cultivation is on par with the Tower Master of our dimension. I am only at expanding aperture realm, a far cry from you. If you wish to kill me, all you need is a thought. If you want me to get too close to you, I do have a lot of fear. I was killed by you. No. Little friend. You don't have to be afraid. I swear. I will never hurt you. I can swear an oath that I will not do anything to harm you. The Great Elder immediately transmitted a nervous and suffocating message. At this moment, the Great Elder was extremely nervous, as if he was holding a fragile crystal ball. Walking on a single plank bridge. He was afraid that Xiao Han would run away, so he refused to get close. His nerves were taut, and he held his breath as he sent a telepathic message. Little friend, you must believe in me. I am at the 10th level of true Qi, a person of high status and authority. I have always kept my word and will never go back on my word. I said that I won't hurt you. As long as you don't hurt me. I'm willing to bet my reputation. Is that so? Xiao Han pretended to hesitate. Little friend, I believe you don't want to waste time with us, right? The hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace is getting more and more dangerous by the day. Yes, your mental energy is very strong. But with each passing day, the pressure on you will increase. This is a situation where both sides will suffer. Let's reconcile. They drank and chatted merrily. In the future, when you come to our plane, we will definitely welcome you and treat you like a distinguished guest. Moreover, little friend, after entering the genius zone, things are hard to say. You are like a fish in water in this hallucinatory demonic realm. You can rely on the hallucinatory demonic realm to deal with the elites of our plane. However, after reaching the genius zone, the situation will be different. You will encounter the outstanding talents of the other planes. At that time, with little friend's cultivation level, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move forward. If both sides reach a reconciliation and become allies, after reaching the genius zone, we will be like brothers and look after each other. It will be much better than you fighting alone, right? That way, you might be able to obtain the immortal treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Little friend, you are also a smart person. You should be able to weigh the pros and cons. The Great Elder was like a glib talker, trying to convince Xiao Han to stay calm. Xiao Han only sneered. After waiting for the Great Elder to finish his long speech, Xiao Han pretended to be disdainful. It's like this. Indeed, after entering the genius zone, with the strength of our plane, it will be very difficult to compete with the geniuses of the other planes. If I can cooperate with you, it will be the best of both worlds. Yes. It is indeed the best of both worlds. The Great Elder's voice trembled with excitement. If that's the case. Xiao Han pretended to say. Great Elder, come and meet me alone. All the elders and fiendish heroes behind you, stop right there. Yes, let them all stay where they are. Come alone. It will be disadvantageous for me if there are too many people. The great elder thought for a few breaths and said decisively. All right. I will come alone. Both sides ended the communication. Hell, what an idiot. Xiao Han's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then, Xiao Han strode forward. Great elder, this. Are you really going to meet that little bastard alone? The other 7 ordinary elders of the team and dozens of chivalrous knights all came over with worried expressions. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the great elder suddenly laughed hoarsely. He laughed so hard that his body trembled violently. Idiot. He really is an idiot. He thinks that if I meet him alone, he will have nothing to fear. With his cultivation, as long as I get within 500 meters of him, I will be able to completely control him, making him unable to hide. I can slap tens of thousands of expanding point realm trash to death with a flip of my hand. Listen, all of you stay where you are. None of you are allowed to move recklessly. I will go and meet him now and bring his head back. Ha 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 ha. None of you should stay where you are. That little bastard spirit can sense your movements. Don't spoil things because of you. It wasn't easy to deceive him. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate this trouble. Great elder, you must be careful. The other elders reminded him in unison. That little bastard is cunning and is not someone easy to deal with. How about, great elder, we immediately find Lord Rong and let him personally handle this matter? Humph. This is unnecessary. Do you think that I can't deal with a little bastard? Even an ordinary immortal realm expert is unable to make him fall into devil mode, much less me. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy. It wasn't easy for us to find this golden opportunity to kill this little bastard. We can't let it happen just because of our mistakes. We cannot let it slip by because of our mistakes. For the time being, there is no need to alert Lord Rong. After I kill that little bastard, I will go to Lord Rong to ask for credit. The great elder's face was full of murderous intent, as well as the joy of success. After saying that, the great elder's figure leaped and directly rushed towards Xiao Han's position. Very quickly, the other elders of this battle team and Yao Xia could no longer use their spirit to sense the great elder's position. What should we do? Let the great elder meet that little bastard? I have a feeling that that little bastard is very difficult to deal with. The great elder went alone. I don't know if it will be good or bad. The few ordinary elders. They immediately whispered to each other and discussed. Suddenly, an ordinary elder laughed involuntarily. We've all become frightened birds. Ha 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 ha. It's because that little bastard has caused us too much trouble before this. They've killed quite a few of our people. That's why we have so many misgivings. In fact, if we think about it carefully, we don't have to worry at all. After all, the great elder was a mighty expert who had opened the heavenly eye and had the body of a half-immortal. As long as he got close to that little beast, he would be able to kill it and trample it as he pleased. There was no suspense at all. Do you really think that an acupoint expansion realm cultivator would be able to defeat him? He should have a chance to defeat an immortal realm cultivator, right? Ha 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 ha. That's too ridiculous. Hearing this, the elders and demon heroes laughed in relief. However, it's a pity that we can't move. Furthermore, our spirit undulations have been suppressed badly. We can't even survey a range of 1,000 meters. Right now, we can only stay here and watch. I hope that the great elder will be able to return triumphantly. Xiao Han placed his hands behind his back and walked briskly. His spirit waves were released without restraint. Oh, the great elder really came alone. The other elders and demon heroes all stayed where they were. He must have thought that he could easily control me. If he were to deal with a large group of demon heroes and several elders at the same time, it would take a lot of effort. Now that he's dealing with the great elder alone, he can activate the hallucinatory demonic realm and attack fiercely without any distractions. I wonder if he can be killed in one fell swoop. 8,000 meters. 7,000 meters. 6,000 meters. Xiao Han and the Great Elder were getting closer and closer. And the Great Elder was also walking while opening his heavenly eye to observe Xiao Han's every move. Good. That's great. That little bastard is walking directly towards me. He really wants to talk to me alone. Ha 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 ha. I swore that I wouldn't hurt him, but I didn't say that I wouldn't kill him. Ha 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 ha. I really won't hurt him. Because, I'll grab him in an instant and beat him until his whole body explodes and he dies directly. Ahahaha. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Ha 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 ha. I'm getting closer and closer. Within 500 meters, I'll kill him like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Ha 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 ha. This little bastard actually stopped walking and sat down cross-legged. Why is he doing this? What trick is he trying to play? Suddenly, the Great Elder scanned the area with his mental power and discovered that Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road. His eyes were looking at his nose and his nose was looking at his heart like an old monk in meditation. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. Boom 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 boom, the liquid mental power star in his sea of consciousness began to roar. Countless strands of mental power flew out like dragons and attracted all the hallucinatory demonic realm within a few thousand meters. Within a range of 2,000 meters, I can already trigger the tide of the hallucinatory demonic realm and attack this Great Elder. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, suddenly, in the area where the Great Elder was, above his head, the hallucinatory demonic realm surged with wind and clouds. The originally blue sky suddenly darkened and all kinds of illusions appeared. A huge funnel-shaped whirlpool formed above the Great Elder's head. An incomparably demonic, incomparably terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the sun. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, from north to south. Damn it! In the Great Elder's heart, an ominous premonition immediately surged up. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a piece of the sky had collapsed. The terrifying illusion of a great calamity was produced, only to see, in the void, a huge beast's mouth appeared. Millions of humans were swallowed inside. Who knew how many houses, buildings, cows, sheep, and horses were also swallowed in one gulp? The order of the world collapsed. The huge mouth was not satisfied and swallowed towards the Great Elder again. The whirlpool flowed backwards, like mercury spilling onto the ground. It was pervasive and rushed into the Great Elder's brain. Roar! The Great Elder let out a tragic howl and roared fiercely. Little bastard! You dared to play tricks. However, you are too naive. Do you think this little hallucinatory demonic realm can stop me? The Great Elder's body inflated like a balloon. He walked towards Xiao Han step by step. However, his steps were incomparably heavy. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Han's hands formed seals. With a thought, more and more hallucinatory demonic realms surged towards the Great Elder like a tide. I'll refine you to death. After the Great Elder walked out 500 meters, he could no longer continue. Above his head, a huge black hole followed him. This black hole seemed to emit an extremely powerful suction force. This suction force was not sucking in the Great Elder's body, but his soul. It was like a whale swallowing the sea, as if it wanted to directly pull his soul out. The Great Elder's face twisted, incomparably sinister. Cold sweat burst out of his forehead like a waterfall. Finally, he trembled and could no longer take another step forward. Bang! The Great Elder directly sat down. Stop! Little bastard! Stop! I'll refine you to death. I'll refine you to death. I'll refine you to death. Xiao Han's mind was focused. His mental power was highly concentrated. He controlled the thousands of meters of hallucinatory demonic realm and continuously bombarded the Great Elder. Strands of hallucinatory demonic realm, like evil spirits, unreasonably drilled into the great elder's head. Roar! Little bastard! Little bastard! Little bastard! The great elder burst out with a dry roar. His voice was completely hoarse. Suddenly, the great elder slowly raised his right hand and slowly moved it towards his forehead. On his right hand, true chi ignited. The talisman formation exploded with a terrifying rumbling sound. No, no, little bastard. Stop. To refine a great person who has opened the heaven's eye to death is really not easy. Xiao Han had already continuously moved an unknown amount of hallucinatory demonic realm. He crazily attacked the great elder. His mental power had also been greatly depleted. This caused, on Xiao Han's forehead, fine cold sweat to seep out. However, Xiao Han did not relax at all. In the end, Xiao Han's ruthlessness rose. He held his breath, and the mental power in his sea of consciousness was pushed to the extreme. 10,000 meters of hallucinatory demonic realm, kill for me. Refine you to death. Ah. No. Little brother, let me go. No. Finally, the great elder's mind was in chaos. In his mind, a flaw was forcefully blasted open. Little brother. Let me go. Ah. Little bastard. You're treacherous. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Suddenly. Bang! The great elder's palm hit his forehead. Pooh! His entire body directly exploded. Chapter 439. Xiao Han exerted all his strength and didn't hesitate to consume his mental strength. He manipulated the hallucinatory demonic realm within 10,000 meters and bombarded one of the great elders of the Rhone Plain. Rumbling refinement. Finally, the first elder's cultivation went berserk, and his spirit was completely taken over. He exerted all his strength and slammed his palm onto his own head. The ultimate move that he had used to kill the demon race in the past was unleashed on his own body without any restraint, showing no mercy at all. Bang! The great elder's body directly exploded. His body was smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, this heroic and peerless expert turned into a dismembered corpse. The dismembered corpse was still glistening with immortal light. Even the body of a half-immortal was smashed into pieces. It was extremely ironic. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of impure air. He slowly stood up and walked towards the dismembered corpse of the great elder. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, would also personally kill a supreme expert of the immortal eye realm. Moreover, he had opened the heaven's eye and was almost an invincible existence in the secular world. Hee. This great elder was not any weaker than the tower master of my plane, but he actually died in my hands. All of a sudden, all the true acupoints in Xiao Han's body seemed to solidify. Those true acupoints that had yet to be opened also transmitted a vague throbbing, causing Xiao Han's soul to tremble. Moreover, his mind seemed to have become even more full and mellow. I've obtained some accumulation. Xiao Han's heart moved. Killing a supreme expert of a higher realm has allowed me to obtain precious accumulation in the cultivation of true chi. It has paved the way for me to transform my true chi into true talismans. Good. That's great. That's right. An expert who has opened the heavens, I would be a supreme heaven's pride in any ordinary plane. To be able to kill such an existence, it will temper one's mind and stimulate one's life potential. The benefits are indescribable. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. However, it is only in this special environment that I can kill such a powerful enemy. If I leave the hallucinatory demon palace, I will definitely be able to kill him. If I leave the hallucination devil palace, I absolutely cannot harm a single hair on it. Tao of luck. It's purely the Tao of luck. However, if I kill that Rong Yi, then, what kind of accumulation will I obtain? It's really unimaginable. Very quickly, Xiao Han's fluctuating emotions calmed down. He was neither arrogant nor rash, like an old well without ripples. At this very moment, the 7 ordinary elders of the combat team. However, the 75 chivalrous men stayed where they were, not daring to move. All of them looked into the distance with complicated expressions on their faces. However, the range of their psychic fluctuations was less than 1,000 meters, so they had no idea that the great elder had already fallen. It's been a long time. An ordinary elder's mouth was dry. What exactly happened? Logically speaking, the great elder should have encountered that little bastard long ago. Furthermore, with the great elder's cultivation realm, as long as that little bastard enters his attack range, the great elder will be able to kill him like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Could there be an accident? Shut up. Another ordinary elder glared at him. Don't say such unlucky words. What realm was the great elder at? A supreme expert with 101 true acupoints opened in his body. Drawing in immortal energy. Cleansing the body, it was 100% half-immortal body. How could he fail miserably? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that little bastard cheated, the great elder would be able to deal with it perfectly. Any unfavorable situation could be reversed. That's true, a half-immortal body is invincible in the secular world. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. Forget it, let's not guess blindly. Let's patiently wait for the great elder's triumphant return. Xiao Han slowly walked to the great elder's dismembered body and scanned it with his psychic power. Sure enough, the skin and flesh contain the charm of immortal energy. The level of life is not comparable to a mortal body. Xiao Han clearly saw the physiological structure of the great elder. If it was a head-on battle, it would be difficult for my true energy attack and demonic technique attack to deal a fatal blow to him. Xiao Han also had to admit that the half-immortal body was tyrannical. Unfortunately, your soul has not reached the level that is compatible with the half-immortal body. Xiao Han slightly shook his head. The body is very strong, but the soul is relatively weak. And it just so happens that the hallucinatory magic realm attacks and damages the soul. So your half-immortal body can't play a role. At this point, Xiao Han finally understood why psychic power cultivation methods were so precious in the immortal world. It was because the attack of psychic power ignored the enemy's physical defense and true energy defense and directly damaged the soul. After the great elder died, his body exploded. Many maps, top-grade true energy spirit stones, secret manuals, and all kinds of medicinal herbs fell out of the true acupoint. Xiao Han collected a small part of it and put it all into his storage ring. Then, he continued to walk forward. There are still a few ordinary elders and a group of demons waiting in front like dumb geese. Are they waiting for the news of my death? Ha ha ha. Interesting. The members of the combat team were still waiting. Everyone, don't move. If we move, that little bastard might be able to sense it. The great elder also told us not to move recklessly. An elder calmed the morale of the troops. At this moment. What? The 7 ordinary elders let out a horrified cry at the same time. Then, their eyes stared straight ahead. That little bastard, directly walked towards us, from us, several hundred meters, the great elder? The great elder. The great elder. A few ordinary elders screamed in a daze. Their tone contained a hint of a mental breakdown. The great elder went to kill Xiao Han. In the end, the great elder did not return. Instead, Xiao Han walked over slowly. Could it be? Little bastard. You. Our great elder. You. How is this possible? One of the ordinary elders shouted at Xiao Han from a distance. His voice was trembling in the wind. When he was still 500 meters away from the group of people, Xiao Han stopped and shrugged helplessly. I'm very sorry to let you get the start that you want. However, the result is not what you want. Great elder? Well, the great elder has already passed away. Sigh, the great elder's life in your plane was outstanding. He made great achievements and became a Tao ancestor. However, I didn't expect that. Sigh. However, you don't have to be too sad. When the great elder passed away, he was extremely peaceful. Xiao Han smiled bitterly. Roar. In an instant, the people on the other side were petrified. All of them broke down and let out sorrowful cries and inconceivable cries. That's impossible. The great elder is the doyen of this plane. In his lifetime, he has killed countless demons. Even many demon thearchs have been eliminated by him. He has pacified the world and ruled over the world. He is the pillar of our plane. How could a cornerstone of our plane die here? The heavens are not fair. The great elder, a legendary godly person, how could he die in the hands of an acupoint expansion realm bastard? Bastard. Little bastard. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Oh. Little bastard. Little bastard. All right. Since that's the case, all of you can go down together and accompany your great elder. All of you, die. Xiao Han's face was cold. With a sudden movement, the hallucinatory demonic realm with a radius of a few thousand meters. It was forcefully compressed by Xiao Han's mental power and directly engulfed the enemy troops. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous high-density hallucinatory demonic realm was like a meteor shower, blasting into the minds of the 7 ordinary elders and the 75 demon knights. Pooh. 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 The ones who were the most useless were those who were at the 8th level of true Qi. The formation realm demon knights had their souls and mental power crushed by the condensed hallucinatory demonic realm in an instant. They self-destructed and died. The 9th level demon knights were also unable to hold on for long. Soon, they followed in their footsteps and self-mutilated, dying in all kinds of strange ways. In just a few breaths, other than the 7 ordinary elders, a large area was filled with dismembered corpses. It was a bloody scene. It was too horrible to look at. Bastard. The 7 ordinary elders wanted to unleash a killing blow on Xiao Han, but Xiao Han controlled the hallucinatory demonic mirror, firmly suppressing them, causing their faces to turn pale and their words to become incoherent. Very quickly, all of them collapsed to the ground, trying their best to resist the external demons and heart demons. One must know that after Xiao Han completed the 15th mental finger gesture, he could slightly suppress the ordinary elders. Although he could not refine them to death, he could restrain them. Now that he had completed the 17th mental finger gesture, his mental power had increased by who knew how much. His manipulation and compression of the hallucinatory demonic realm was simply incomparable to before. About an hour later, bang, 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 the 7 ordinary elders finally could not take it anymore and self-destructed one after the other. At this point, one of the 7 combat teams from the Rome plane had been annihilated. Who if it was outside, it would be impossible to kill these people. But now? I'll take this opportunity to kill them all. That's the only way to get rid of all future troubles. Xiao Han released his mental wave and scanned a range of at least 1 million meters. He firmly grasped the movements of the other 6 combat teams. The combat team closest to me is about 100,000 meters away. In this 100,000 meters, there are dozens of exits. Destroy the exits and annihilate this combat team. You still want to fight to the death with me? From now on, I, Xiao Han, will completely counterattack. Xiao Han's figure leaped and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he flew towards that combat team. A combat team about 100,000 meters away from Xiao Han. The leader was still a great elder who had opened his heavenly eye. There were 10 ordinary elders and 88 evil heroes under him. This lineup was even stronger than the combat team that Xiao Han's team had just annihilated. Xiao, the great elder, also burned his immortal body's energy and opened his heavenly eye to scan the surroundings. Great elder, have you found the location of that little bastard? Asked a normal elder. Not at the moment, said the great elder indifferently with a cold expression. However, after I open my heavenly eye, my mental wave will survey a range of 30,000 meters. Sooner or later, I'll be able to find that kid. He's just an acupoint expanding realm cultivator, but he uses despicable means to constantly harm our people. If I catch him, I'll definitely torture him to death. After a pause, the Great Elder waved his hand and shouted to the 88 evil heroes behind him. All of you, remember to keep your distance. Only then will you have a chance to escape if you encounter that little bastard. The 88 evil heroes behind him retreated one after another. At this moment. Oh no. The Great Elder's body twitched and his face turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 440. At this time, the Great Elder's right eyelid actually twitched crazily. His expression became more and more unsightly. Even his entire body started to tremble in fear. Great Elder, what's going on? Your spirit fluctuation, could it be that you've discovered something? Did you discover that little bastard? A group of ordinary elders asked in fear. No. The Great Elder's throat was dry. Left eyelid twitching for wealth, right eyelid twitching for disaster. This seat suddenly had a fierce and ominous premonition, as if I suddenly lost something. There was a piercing pain. Could it be that something happened to my old brothers, the other Grand Elders? The ordinary Grand Elders were all extremely shocked. This Great Elder, in terms of seniority, was extremely senior in the Rome plane. The old brothers he mentioned were naturally the other Great Elders who had opened their heaven's eyes. First Elder, the other Grand Elders will be fine, one of the ordinary elders immediately said in a comforting tone. The other Great Elders are all outstanding talents in the immortal eye realm. They have opened their heaven's eyes and have a half-immortal body. Killing demon emperors is a piece of cake for them. How could they be injured in this illusory devil palace? That's absolutely impossible. That's true. The Great Elder's emotions slightly calmed down. However, us old brothers have cultivated together since we were young. We are as close as brothers and our hearts are almost connected. And just now, this seat indeed felt that a piece of flesh in my heart was forcefully gouged out. I hope that this seat's premonition is wrong. The Great Elder stood where he was for a moment before waving his hand. Continue forward. Now we have to be even more careful. That little bastard is definitely not so easy to deal with. Xiao Han strode like a shooting star, heading straight for the combat team. Constantly approaching. 50,000 meters, there's still 50,000 meters, but it seems that group of idiots. They haven't discovered me yet. Xiao Han smiled casually. After killing a Great Elder, Xiao Han's confidence was boosted. More and more enough. Suddenly, Xiao Han's footsteps paused and his eyeballs rolled a few times. If I charge head-on like this, I'll probably be discovered by those idiots very quickly. When the time comes, the Great Elder will charge forward, followed by a group of ordinary elders and chivalrous heroes. I'm afraid I can't control the situation. After all, it takes a long time to refine a Great Elder to death. Furthermore, I cannot be distracted. I must be completely focused. Once I am pinned down by the Great Elder, the other ordinary elders might be able to get close to me and attack me. It seems. We can't fight recklessly. Then. I'll go around to the back of this combat squad and kill the dozens of demons behind them in an instant to deter the Great Elder. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han ran out diagonally. He had already made up his mind. He had to make a detour to avoid a head-on encounter with the Great Elder. Instead, he had to sneak around to the back of the squad and launch a sneak attack, catching them off guard. For Xiao Han, whose spiritual waves could cover 1,000,000 meters, it was a piece of cake for him to get to the back of the small team without being discovered by the leading Great Elder. All he had to do was to run a little more. It was a piece of cake for Xiao Han, whose flesh shell was as strong as that of an ancient savage beast and whose stamina was long. Poof. 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 Along the way, Xiao Han also destroyed some exits one after another. That combat squad. The Great Elder led the way. He opened his third eye and radiated a fan-shaped beam of light, illuminating the area tens of thousands of meters ahead. Within this area of tens of thousands of meters, the Great Elder's spiritual energy was also transparent and bright, penetrating the void. Behind the Great Elder were 10 ordinary elders, and thousands of meters behind them were 88 chivalrous heroes. I'll do my best to survey the front. You guys pay attention to the back in case of emergencies. The Great Elder ordered the 10 ordinary elders. Don't worry, Great Elder. An ordinary elder smiled indifferently. Great Elder, please focus your spiritual energy on the front. As for the back. Oh, we've been walking all the way. The back should be safe. Yes, along the way, the Great Elder had been surveying with his third eye and walking forward from the back. Behind them were all roads that had been surveyed, so there shouldn't be any problems. As long as the front was under control, it would be fine. The Great Elder nodded slightly. But it's always good to be careful. More than an hour later, Xiao Han successfully avoided the Great Elder's third eye. He took a big detour and came to the back of the combat squad. He was about 5,000 meters away from those chivalrous heroes. Hey! After running for more than an hour, I've finally reached the back of the combat squad. That Great Elder is still scanning every inch of the space with his third eye. He's really stupid to think that he can see through me. Xiao Han slightly adjusted the state of his vitality and then prepared his spiritual energy. Then, he quietly approached the back of the combat squad. There were 88 chivalrous heroes in the back of this combat squad. They were mainly at the 8th level True Qi realm with a few at the 9th level True Qi realm. These chivalrous heroes were all under 10,000 years old. They were geniuses among geniuses to be able to cultivate to this level. All of them were arrogant and untamed people. But now, they were a little dispirited. Damn it, I didn't expect that we would be completely controlled by a trash plane's aperture expansion realm bastard. What a shame. I heard that many of our brothers have already been assassinated by that bastard. This old man hates him so much that his teeth are itching. If I were to bump into that bastard, I will definitely teach him a lesson. If it was an open fight, he would be able to suppress us with his powerful battle prowess and we would be convinced of his strength. But, he is actually playing tricks in the dark and making things difficult for us. We are not convinced. That's right. However, we have already encountered such misfortune before even entering the genius zone. This is not a good omen, don't talk nonsense. With Lord Rome, a few Grand Elders, and dozens of Grand Elders, the competition in our plane is still very strong. Now that we have suffered a setback, it is a good chance to sharpen our temperament. Now, we are much more stable and our true acupoints are becoming more stable. Close to 2,000 meters, we have reached the attack range. When Xiao Han was about 2,000 meters away from those chivalrous heroes, he stopped in his tracks. That Great Elder and those ordinary elders are indeed idiots. They only care about monitoring the front and completely ignore the back. Then, let me light a fire for you all. In an instant, Xiao Han's mental energy moved. Boom boom boom, without any warning, Xiao Han directly triggered the hallucinatory demonic realm within a few thousand meters and compressed it before enveloping the group of chivalrous heroes. Caught off guard. The 88 chivalrous heroes were all surrounded by the hallucinatory demonic realm. The hallucinatory demonic realm was like a flood dragon or a nightmare. It was like a death-hastening talisman that drilled into their minds. In less than 2 breaths, pang, 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 pang. One by one, their minds collapsed and they fell into a trance. All of them self-destructed and died. The ground was filled with dismembered corpses. What is going on? What happened at the back? 10 ordinary elders. Terrified, the moment they turned around, a thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Roar. Dead. They are all dead. All the chivalrous heroes were annihilated. Roar. The Great Elder suddenly turned around and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was as if his parents had died. The blood-crying ape wailed. Evil creature. He killed nearly 100 geniuses of my plane in an instant. He wants to destroy my plane. Roar. However, while these elders were still screaming, Xiao Han had already turned around and fled. He was already far away. The great elder led 10 ordinary elders and chased after Xiao Han aggressively. They grimaced and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. All of them seemed to have gone crazy and lost their minds. However, their flesh shells were far weaker than Xiao Han's. Their running ability and physical strength were inferior to Xiao Han's. Half an hour later, Xiao Han left them far behind. Cool, Xiao Han slowed down. I killed dozens of evil heroes at once. Those elders will probably vomit blood in anger, right? That's right, I'll kill some of the fiends first. Then, tomorrow, I'll be able to complete the 18th spiritual finger incantation, and even the 19th spiritual finger incantation. Furthermore, the density and danger of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace will increase by another 10 times, suppressing them. In this way, I'll be able to kill the elder ranks even more easily. Soon, Xiao Han came up with the perfect killing plan in his mind. Kill all the evil heroes first. With this plan, Xiao Han selectively destroyed the exits along the way. Then, he ran in circles and sneaked to the back of each combat team. Coincidentally, the formation of each combat team was with the Great Elder and ordinary elders in front. Thousands of meters behind them was a large group of evil heroes. This formation gave Xiao Han the perfect opportunity to assassinate the third combat team. Xiao Han sneaked to the back and easily activated the hallucinatory demonic realm. He killed a large group of evil heroes and escaped calmly. From afar, he could hear the elders and Great Elder wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The fourth combat team, the evil heroes, were slaughtered by Xiao Han. The fifth combat team, the evil heroes, were exterminated by Xiao Han. The sixth combat team, the evil heroes, were wiped out in an instant. The seventh combat team. This seventh combat team was led by Rome himself. Behind them were dozens of evil heroes. For the sake of stability, Xiao Han did not go to kill the evil heroes of the seventh combat team to avoid encountering Rome. Night fell. Let's find a place to rest for the night. I've killed a lot of people today and activated the hallucinatory demonic realm many times. This has made me very tired. Xiao Han yawned. Tiredness washed over him like a tide. He released his mental strength. While avoiding the enemy's pursuit, he destroyed the possible exits that the enemy could find. Finally, he ran far away, found an area that the enemy could not find, and fell asleep. Today, he had killed hundreds of people and even killed a great elder. Xiao Han could not take it anymore. He was extremely tired and sleepy. He even felt like he had overdrawn his energy. He needed a good rest to replenish his mental strength. He would continue killing tomorrow. And in the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, the elders of the Rhone Plain were crying, cursing, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Today, what Xiao Han had done was no less than a devastating disaster for the Rhone Plain. Chapter 441. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Deep into the night, Xiao Han found a simple yet elegant courtyard with beautiful bedding inside. Xiao Han covered his head and slept. The sky was dark. Of course, with Xiao Han's current mental strength, even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be able to sense if someone was within a kilometer of him. The night was silent. The first ray of golden light in the morning jumped in through the window lattice and shattered into mottled pieces of gold, sprinkling wantonly in the room. A few pieces of gold were like playful elves, lingering on Xiao Han's young and handsome face. Xiao Han's eyelashes blinked a few times and then he opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed through his eyes, like a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Comfortable, really comfortable. After a carefree night's sleep, Xiao Han's entire body was now full of vitality and his spirit was extremely full. The liquid mental strength star in his brain was very compact and round. As it rotated, it refracted a mysterious and profound pattern. The mental strength that was consumed yesterday was already perfectly replenished. Xiao Han walked out slowly. Outside, the entire hallucinatory demon palace seemed to be extremely depressed. The sky seemed to have sunk down, like an airtight pot lid. In every inch of space, there was a visible hallucinatory demon realm roaring and roaring, condensing into all kinds of monsters, demons, ghosts, and demon beasts, devouring the human world and choosing people to eat. Today's hallucinatory demon realm's density and degree of danger has increased by another 10 times. Xiao Han smiled slightly. This hallucinatory demon palace is really getting more and more dangerous day by day. After killing Na Rong, should quickly teleport out. At this moment, Xiao Han's ears had a clear auditory hallucination. On the 4th day of hallucinatory demon palace, the density of hallucinatory demon realm has increased by 30 times, and the degree of danger has increased by 30 times. 1,000 exits, 212 left. There are still 212 exits left. Xiao Han was slightly happy in his heart. 1,000 exits. So far, he had already used up 788 exits. However, this did not mean that he had teleported out 788 evil heroes. In fact, most of them had exits. They were all destroyed by Xiao Han, presumably, those guys from Na Rong's plane. After hearing that there are only 212 exits left, they must be extremely nervous and anxious, right? Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Moreover, Xiao Han already knew the exact location of the remaining 212 exits yesterday. He could easily find any one of them. This caused Xiao Han to be in a completely invincible position within the illusory Devil Palace. Spiritual fluctuations radiated outwards, however. Today, Xiao Han's mental fluctuations had been affected by the high-density hallucinatory demonic realm suppression, and his sensing range had been reduced from 1 million meters yesterday. It was forcefully compressed to around 300,000 meters. Moreover, in this high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, the mind power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness began to feel restricted. It was extremely difficult. In this level of the hallucinatory demonic realm, even I, with my tyrannical mental strength, would be greatly affected. Although I wouldn't turn into a demon, I would still be restricted in every aspect. That Rong and the other elders, Great Elder, are also having a hard time right now? Xiao Han released his psychic wave and scanned the area within 300,000 meters, but he couldn't find any trace of the enemy. In the next moment, Xiao Han started to wander around, searching for the most crowded and chaotic parts of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han was clear that the denser the hallucinatory demonic realm, the more rampant it was, the more beneficial it would be for him to cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. Today, I'll try to break through the 18th and 19th mental finger seals. Under such a high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, I should be able to complete it. A hint of determination flashed through Xiao Han's eyes. Very quickly, Xiao Han found a whirlpool-like area within the hallucinatory demonic realm. The space here was extremely unstable. Every inch of space was filled with densely packed hallucinatory demonic realms, causing the space to show signs of collapsing and rupturing. This is too good. It's suitable for my cultivation. Xiao Han beamed with joy. After slightly brewing the liquid mind power star in his sea of consciousness, he stepped into the whirlpool area, sat cross-legged, and formed seals with both of his hands. In an instant, like an ancient giant beast breathing in and out, swallowing the sun and moon, spitting out rivers, the space within a radius of several thousand meters collapsed towards Xiao Han. Numerous hallucinatory demonic realms surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, refining them without any regard for their lives. Hallucinatory demonic palace. The 7 combat squads that Rong had assigned had already been defeated by Xiao Han one by one. Hundreds of elite evil warriors had died and withered, causing the 7 combat squads to return to 1. At this moment, Rong's face was completely ashen. The muscles on his face twitched intermittently, and there was an obvious shift in his facial features, causing some changes to his appearance. He became more ferocious and evil. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Under Rong's command, there were only 5 great elders, 30 ordinary elders, and 128 evil warriors left. Less than 200 people. One must know that when Rong led a large army to leave his hometown for the Genius Zone, he was full of vigor, heroic, and insufferably arrogant. Each and every one of them had great ideals, great ambitions, and dreamed of becoming immortals. They were eager to give it a try. When they parted, they were all filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations, looking down on the world. And now, there were heavy casualties. Less than 1 in 10 survivors. Quite a few of the elders had died. Even one of the great elders had fallen. The fall of the great elder was definitely a devastating blow to this plane. It was irreparable. Because in the years to come, this plane might not be able to have a new great elder. Roar. Goddamn bastard. I can't vent my hatred even if I die 10,000 times. The survivors all let out heart-wrenching screams as if they had lost their parents. Rong, on the other hand, did not speak. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was as if he was silently brewing a storm of destruction. After hundreds of breaths, there are still 212 exits left. Rong finally spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people's souls feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. All of a sudden, the wailing elders and evil warriors were silent. They all looked at Rong with their mouths agape. In a short period of time. That little bastard. He destroyed the exits repeatedly, leaving only 212 exits. I believe that after today, the number of exits will decrease sharply. The number of exits would decrease sharply. At that time. Even if he doesn't come to kill us, we will all be trapped in this damned demon palace. Rong looked around. At present, other than him and a few elders, the rest of the evil heroes all had depressed expressions on their faces. They looked very tired. They almost didn't dare to take a deep breath. It seemed that if they relaxed a little, the hallucinatory demonic realm that wandered in every inch of space would invade their hearts and break through their psychological defenses, causing them to be possessed. You guys can't hold on any longer, right? Rong said indifferently. Lord Rong, we can still barely hold on today, but once we enter tomorrow, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Difficult to resist. At any time tomorrow, we may instantly become possessed. The evil warriors. Their faces were full of bitterness. Lord Rong, we must find the exit today. A few ordinary elders were also complaining incessantly. Lord Rong. We can only hold on for 3 or 5 days at most. 3 or 5 days? Rong roared in exasperation. Do you think that after 3 or 5 days, there will still be an exit left for us? With that little bastard's temperament, I'm afraid that he will destroy all the exits today, leaving only one exit for himself. Damn it. Lord Rong. A great elder wailed in despair. It's not that we can't find the exit. We will always be able to find the exit, but all of them have been destroyed by that bastard. Lord Rong, are we going to die just like that? A few great elders had thrown away their dignity and reservedness, as though they were young wives who had been wronged. Right now, we can't even catch him, and we can't even lock onto his location. Furthermore, he already has the ability to assassinate elders. We're doomed. Lord Rong, are we already forced into a corner, with no chance of turning the tables? Are we going to suffer a crushing defeat? We've been heroes for our entire lives, but all of us are going to die here, in the hands of an unknown expanded aperture realm small fry. Lord Rong, we don't want to die. In our own plane, we have been domineering, ruling over the world, ruling over billions of lives, wielding power over them. We don't want to die. Sorrowful cries spread in all directions like dark clouds. Other than Rong, the rest of the people started to wipe away their tears. There's only death. Rong clenched his teeth and said word by word. There's still a chance. At this moment, Shio shio shio, 38 demons from the revered plane appeared in all directions. The leader was a red-robed young man who was at True Chi level 9 True Treasure Realm. He was a valiant and heroic young man. In the revered plane, he was a top-notch genius with unparalleled charm. Lord Rome, fortunately, I didn't fail you. The red-robed young man bowed. We've been searching the illusory devil palace with all our might, and we've finally captured some of the demons from that trash plane. Immediately, 11 demon heroes from Xiao Han's dimension had their hands and feet tightly bound by True Chi shackles and were pushed to Rome's side. Kneel down. The red-robed young man stretched out his right hand, and with a jolt of his True Chi, the 11 captured demons all knelt down. If you want to kill us, then kill us. One of the demons raised his eyes in anger. His body was contorted and trembled in anger. You bastards who bully the weak. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't be long-winded. Among the 11 captured demons, 3 of them were at the True Chi level 8 True Chi level Talisman Formation Realm, and the remaining 8 were at the True Chi level 7 True Chi level Talisman Formation Realm. At this moment, the 3 of them were still able to resist the illusory devil realm, but the 8 of them were all at the True Chi level 7 True Chi level. Their faces were green, their eyes were tightly shut, and they were foaming at the mouth. It was as if they could die at any moment. The one who talked back to Rome was an 8th level demon, and he was also a tough man. Humph. Rome's eyes were filled with viciousness. Suddenly, the index and middle fingers of his right hand clawed out. Pooh. Pooh. The eyeballs of the demon hero, who was at the 8th stage of True Chi, were dug out and burst out. Fresh blood spurted out. Roar, the 8th level demon was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing. However, his bones were very tough, and he was determined to not show any weakness and wail. Ants like you. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have a trace of value, I would have crushed your bones and scattered your ashes with one finger. Rome smiled cruelly. Then, listen up, we've already been forced into a dead end by that little bastard. He's too sinister and cunning, giving us absolutely no chance to turn the tables. However, the last trace of hope lies with the demons from this trash plane. The corner of Rome's mouth pulled into a perverted smile. That little bastard has been unwilling to find the exit to teleport out. It's probably because he's taking care of the demons from their plane. He wants the demons from their plane to be able to escape one by one. Now, we've captured 11 demons from their trash plane. With them as bait, let's see if we can lure that little bastard out. This is the last chance. Chapter 442. As it turned out, this Rome had deliberately arranged for a group of evil heroes to search for and capture the evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane in order to hold the hostages. Using these hostages to lure Xiao Han out of his hole. This was originally a trick used by some lowly scoundrels. As the leader of a plane, a half-immortal body absolutely could not use this kind of method. After all, it was too dirty, too despicable. However, after being forced into a dead end, Rome did not care anymore. He was completely shameless. Now, we will take these pigs and wander around the illusory demon palace. Also, we will release spirit waves to send sound transmissions. From now on, every 4 hours, we will kill one. As long as that little bastard does not appear, we will kill one hostage every 4 hours. Rome looked at the 11 evil heroes with the eyes of looking at pigs and dogs, and laughed sinisterly. Now, let's see if the young hero of your plane cares about your lives. Ha 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 ha. You better shout for help, so that he will come and save you. Ha ha ha, no. No. Don't. Don't kill us. A sexy female evil hero with long chestnut-colored hair had the temperament of a peerless beauty. At this moment, her true chi was at the 8th level formation realm. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear as she looked around. Don't kill us, no. Your life and death are completely in the hands of that young man. It has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for killing one person every 4 hours. Rome laughed extremely uncontrollably. Her entire person inadvertently revealed a kind of demented feeling. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the evil hero who had his eyes gouged out stretched his neck and laughed. Within his laughter, there was an indescribable sense of ridicule. Ha 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 ha, a dignified evil hero leader of a large plane actually thought of such a sneaky trick. Ha 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 ha. What a shame. What a great shame, shut up. Rong Lao was embarrassed into anger and directly waved his hand. The evil hero's tongue was also gouged out. The evil hero's face was covered in blood, and he fainted from the pain. All right, don't waste time. We are afraid of any changes. With the great elder as the leader, everyone spread out. They all spread out and spread the news of the hostage quickly so that the little bastard would know about it. These hostages are temporarily detained in my hands. Rong Lao ordered. Xiao Han swallowed the 10,000-meter-long hallucinatory magic land, and his brain was burning hot. They were all boiling up, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. All right. The accumulation should be enough. Charge. The 18th spirit finger technique. Xiao Han's body trembled, and his hands began to form seals like butterflies. He had mastered all kinds of profound and obscure hand gestures. They were linked together like magic, ethereal and illusory, overflowing with an immortal charm. As Xiao Han made a series of hand gestures, the mind power star in his sea of consciousness shrank continuously. The expansion and compression seemed to be the perfect preparation and accumulation for the final eruption. As Xiao Han cultivated step by step, the area he was in began to change. After absorbing the hallucinatory demonic domain, the entire space was filled with a myriad of colors, and all kinds of illusions appeared. Immortals, palaces, immortal formations, fiends, demons, wind, and clouds appeared one after another. Then, all of them were absorbed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. 2 hours later, Hong, the 18 spiritual finger seals were completed with a bang. Perfect. Everything was done in one go. There was no pause in the middle. Suddenly, the liquid mind power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness emitted the sound of metal colliding. The density of the entire liquid mind power star was almost close to that of a solid. It clearly transmitted the fluctuation of solidified mind power. Now that I have completed the 18th spiritual finger seal, I can already reform most talisman formation realm people. The success rate is very high. I can erase their ego in one go, and make them willing to become my slave, just like Brother Yen. Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, Xiao Han released his mind power again. His mind power, which was originally suppressed to 300,000 meters, was now released, and could directly spread out to 1.5 million meters. It almost covered the entire hallucinatory demonic palace perfectly. It was just a simple completion of one more spiritual finger seal, but to Xiao Han, the growth of his mind power was not just a little bit. However, at this moment, a wisp of mind power transmitted into Xiao Han's ears. Little bastard. Listen to me. Right now, there are 11 demon heroes in your plane that have been captured by us. Humph. If you don't want them to die, you better show yourself and we can talk face to face. Otherwise, we will kill one person every 4 hours. Little bastard, aren't you righteous? Ha 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 ha, now, your companions are in our hands. Ha ha ha. You also don't want to watch them die, right? Ha 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 ha. Listen carefully. Whether you can save their lives or not, it's up to you to decide. If you don't show yourself, then, we will perish together. Then, we will torture your companions to death one by one. What? Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly, and he used his mind power. A few great elders who had opened their heaven eyes led the ordinary elders to run around, spreading mind power and transmitting their mind power. Each of them had a very ferocious and evil expression on their faces. At a place more than 100,000 meters away from Xiao Han, Na Rong led hundreds of demon heroes and stood coldly in a public square. In the public square, there were 11 demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane kneeling. Oh no. Seeing this, Xiao Han's heart slightly tightened. We actually have 11 people captured alive, Xiao Han also sighed inwardly. After entering the demon palace, Xiao Han had been secretly helping the demon heroes from his plane, so that they could smoothly find the exit and teleport out. With Xiao Han's help, there were at least dozens of demon heroes who escaped from the demon palace. However, in such a big demon palace, it was impossible for Xiao Han to take care of everything. Moreover, Xiao Han also had to divide a lot of energy to deal with those elder level. Now, at the last moment, there were still 11 demon heroes who were captured alive. At this moment, Na Rong was in the public square, constantly sending out mind power and transmitting his mind power. Because Xiao Han's mind power was too tyrannical and sharp, even though they were more than 100,000 meters apart. Xiao Han could also vaguely catch Na Rong's transmission. Na Rong's expression was ferocious and fierce. Like a demon from hell, his facial features shifted and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Little bastard. The time limit of 4 hours is up. This seed is going to start killing. Ha 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 ha. Don't you have a sense of justice? Haven't you always been acting as a savior? Ha 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 ha. Now you want to ignore your companions? Ha 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 ha. Don't think that this seat doesn't dare to make a move. You killed so many demon heroes from our plane. Now, this seed is also coming to collect some interest. The time limit of 4 hours is up. As his voice fell, Na Rong grabbed with his right hand. He directly grabbed a demon hero who was kneeling on the ground and lightly squeezed. Bang! That demon hero's entire body exploded. Ah! No! Xiao Han! Come and save us! Xiao Han! You absolutely can't watch us die and not save us. He will really kill us all. Xiao Han. The remaining 10 demon heroes, a few of them all started wailing, wailing and wailing. Time again. From now on. After 4 hours, this seat will kill another person. Na Rong said coldly. Motherf asterisk cur. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. Although those captured demon heroes had no friendship with Xiao Han himself, they came from the same plane after all. Now that Xiao Han saw them being casually killed by people from other planes, he couldn't help but have a feeling of the fox mourning the death of the rabbit. Go and save them. Xiao Han's footsteps involuntarily walked towards where Na Rong was. This Na Rong is really deranged. He will definitely kill all the remaining people. It seems that he really has to fight me for the last time. However, this Na Rong is the leader of that plane. His battle strength is even higher than those great elders. If I directly go and save them. This. Xiao Han walked and pondered. In the plaza. Na Rong's facial expression became even more morbid. He directly pointed at the beautiful woman who was kneeling on the plaza, a demon hero with an 8th level true chi talisman formation realm. Pull this slut out. Immediately, a few chivalrous heroes rushed forward. Like wolves and tigers, they dragged the female chivalrous hero out. Listen, after 4 hours, if that little bastard still doesn't appear, then... You guys. Na Rong looked around and saw that there were hundreds of male demon heroes. All of you, take turns to ravage this slut. Ah. These demon heroes were slightly stunned when they heard this. Lord Rong, this seems a little inappropriate. Why don't we just directly kill her? If we violate her, it seems to be a loss of face. A few demon heroes whispered. Shut up. After 4 hours, all of you put in more effort and properly play with this slut. I want to see if that little bastard will appear or not. Ha 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 ha. Na Rong hissed and transmitted the message. Little bastard, you're called Xiao Han, right? Listen carefully. Xiao Han, if you don't show yourself in 4 hours, then this B***tch in your realm will be killed by the wheel of death. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. A thought flashed through Na Rong's mind. With my cultivation, I can open my heaven's eye and concentrate my mental force to a high degree. Regardless of the cost, my maximum attack range can reach 2,000 meters. Of course, burning my life's potential and even burning my immortal body will have a huge side effect. After I leave this illusory devil palace, I will no longer be able to compete with the geniuses in the genius zone. However, I can't care so much. I must fight to the death and kill that kid. 2,000 meters. As long as he comes within 2,000 meters, I have a 99% chance of killing him. By burning his half-celestial body, Na Rong could increase his maximum attack power to a range of 2,000 meters. However, if he did that, his vitality would be greatly injured and his cultivation base would drop. Even his heaven's eye would be closed. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Na Rong wouldn't do that. Now, it was a matter of life and death. Bastard. Xiao Han gnashed his teeth in anger. His heart was filled with killing intent. He's simply a bastard. Although I, Xiao Han, have a murderous nature, I've never used this kind of method against my enemies. This Na Rong is worse than a pig or a dog. After 4 hours, that woman will be. Xiao Han's heart was also in a mess. Since things had come to this, Xiao Han couldn't ignore it anymore. I can't let that woman be raped. If he killed her directly, I might be able to endure it. After all, these fellows aren't friends with me. But now, he actually used such a sinister method. Xiao Han was deep in thought as he walked. I must think of a way that satisfies both sides. Not only can I save the hostage, but I can also ensure that I won't be surrounded by those fellows from Na Rong's plane. Xiao Han was very clear that although his mental force was bursting, if he fought with Na Rong one-on-one, he would still be at a disadvantage even if he had the advantage of time and place. Once he was caught in a fight, he wouldn't be able to be distracted. If the great elders under Na Rong took the opportunity to surround him, Xiao Han would probably be in trouble. Chapter 443. Although Xiao Han had never been a good person, but to make him watch the women of his plane being trampled on and not do anything, he still could not do it. Rong's despicable actions aroused Xiao Han's hot-bloodedness. Rong, I will definitely not let this matter rest. Xiao Han walked towards the plaza where Rong was as he spread out his mental fluctuations. Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered that about 50,000 meters away from him, a great elder was leading 2 ordinary elders, as well as 5 Yao Xia, currently wandering in the demon palace. That great elder and the 2 ordinary elders were clamoring non-stop, their mental fluctuations sending out messages. Little bastard. Unforgivable little bastard. You're just a lowly thief. When things come to a head, you can only be a turtle hiding in its shell. If you really have the ability, you can come out and fight. Coward. Humph. You should also know that one of the Yao Xia from your plane has already been executed by our Lord Rong. What? Aren't you very arrogant? You're actually doing nothing as you watch the people of your plane being executed right in front of your eyes? Ha 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 ha. You're just a cowardly rat. Ha ha ha. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Little bastard. 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 The few of them continued to curse and vent their hatred and fear through the most vicious language possible. Damn it. Looking for death. Xiao Han's heart was filled with rage, casually destroying the few exits that he saw, and then quickly walked towards those people. I'll kill you first before talking. However, after walking a few steps, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed into Xiao Han's mind. A sudden thought came to Xiao Han's mind in an extremely short amount of time. It was brewing and taking shape. To save the 10 hostages controlled by Rong, why not? I give him a diversion. 50,000 meters away from Xiao Han, a great elder. 2 ordinary elders, as well as 5 Yao Xia at the 8th level True Qi realm. They formed a small team, wantonly sending out their mental fluctuations and sound waves along the way, cursing Xiao Han non-stop. He wanted to provoke Xiao Han into going to the square to save the hostages. That way, Rome would have the opportunity to blast Xiao Han into pieces. Grand Elder, please speak. If we challenge him like this, will that little bastard show himself? An elder asked apprehensively. Now, what I'm afraid of is that little bastard being stubborn. Instead, they're playing tricks in the dark and continue to destroy those exits. Humph. The great elder's face darkened. No matter what, this is our last chance of survival. If that little bastard refuses to take the bait, then, we can only wait for death in this demon palace. The 5 chivalrous swordsmen trembled in fear. They all wailed at the same time. Elders, the hallucinatory demonic realm in this demon palace is becoming more and more vicious. If this continues, the density and danger will increase by 10 times every day. I'm afraid we won't be able to live past tomorrow. Die. We're about to die. How tragic. We set off from our hometown with ambition, wanting to go to the genius zone to display our potential and glory, and get a share of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasures. We never thought that we would die here. I don't want to die. We don't want to die. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. Elders, we really don't want to die. Why is it like this? Fate is unfair. In the end, these 5 Yao Xia were like children, wailing and unable to control themselves. Our real age hasn't even reached 10,000 years old. Our future is bright. We can still live for an endless amount of time and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Woo 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 woo. Why do we have to die? It's so bitter. I regret going to the genius zone. I regret it. If I stayed in my hometown, everything would be fine, and I could live freely in the mortal world. Why did I come here to die? Shut up. So noisy. Who wants to die? You don't want to die, but I do. The first elder was enraged. When he saw the 5 fiend heroes wailing endlessly, he was infuriated. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent the 5 fiend heroes flying. Pfft, the 5 chivalrous warriors all vomited blood and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. So annoying. The great elder cursed. All of you used to be the most outstanding geniuses in your hometown. You're unruly and domineering. But now, in such a critical moment, you're making a fool of yourselves. You don't even have the slightest bit of backbone. What's the use of you? Trash. Now, I've seen the faces of you idiots. All of you are trash. You can't achieve anything. Even if you don't die now, you'll still be the target of the people from the other planes when you go to the genius zone. You might as well die now. Humph. Let's go. We don't need to care about these trash anymore. The great elder shouted to the 2 ordinary elders. This. Great elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to leave these Yao Xia here. If they encounter that little bastard, they'll die instantly. The 2 ordinary elders pleaded. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the great elder let out a maniacal laugh. It was hysterical and morbid. Die. After today, they'll die. If they can't catch that little bastard, they'll die too. Not only will they die, but we will also die. Life and death are not that important now, do you know? Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Let's continue to move forward, spread the news, shout, and gamble on our luck. Ha 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 ha. Die. The great elder was a little disheartened. He walked forward without looking back. The 2 ordinary elders looked at each other and sighed. They followed the great elder with their heads down. The 3 of them gradually walked further and further away. Their backs were very lonely, very helpless, and also very unwilling. The 5 Yao Xia who were lying on the ground coughed blood and howled, no longer getting up. Die. In the end, we can't escape death. Don't waste your efforts. All of you die. We'll all be buried here. Lord Rong will also die here. Many elders will also die here. Ha ha ha. It's over. Our plane is really finished. How regretful, how regretful. If only, when we encountered that trash plane, we could get along with them calmly, not be so overbearing, not be their enemy, and even befriend them. I'm afraid we wouldn't have to suffer this misfortune. How regretful. Forget it, forget it. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's just die here quietly. At this moment, Xiao Han was quickly approaching. His mind was constantly calculating. 1 great elder, 2 ordinary elders, 5 Yao Xia who are at the 8th level of true Qi. If I can temporarily distract the 3 elders, or if I can forcefully kill the 3 elders, then the 5 Yao Xia will all be purified. If I can purify them all, then my plan might succeed. Let's do it. After killing the 3 elders, I have now completed 18 spirit finger incantations. Compared to yesterday, my spirit power is like a different person. Triggering the tide of the hallucinatory demonic realm and compressing the hallucinatory demonic realm is a step further. Yesterday, I spent a few hours to refine a great elder to death. But today, I'm afraid I can refine a great elder and 2 ordinary elders to death together. So, Xiao Han's plan was to purify the 5 Yao Xia who are at the 8th level of true Qi and then use them to go to the square and distract Rong. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, instantly rescuing the 10 Yao Xia companions who were kneeling in the square. Xiao Han's mind was constantly calculating, gradually perfecting his plan. To extract the hallucinatory demonic realm from the air and attack those elders, with my current spirit power, I can do it within a range of about 3,000 to 4,000 meters, at this moment. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and discovered that the Great Elder and the 2 ordinary elders had separated from the 5 Yao Xia who were at the 8th level of true Qi. These guys seemed to be fighting amongst themselves. In the next moment, Xiao Han's expression was filled with surprise. That's great. 4 hours later, that woman will be ravaged to death. I must achieve my plan within 4 hours. If I were to refine those 3 elders to death, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time. Now, those 3 elders have actually separated from the 5 Yao Xia. This is a godsend opportunity. Ha 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 ha. With this thought, Xiao Han ran madly and made a big detour, avoiding the Great Elder and the 2 ordinary elders, and approached the back of the 5 Yao Xia. After half an hour, Xiao Han finally sneaked up to the back of the 5 chivalrous men without anyone noticing. At this moment, the 5 Yao Xia were all lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were extremely dull as they looked at the sky foolishly. One by one, they actually began to talk nonsense. So beautiful. The sunset. Brothers, the sunset has appeared in the sky. Extremely gorgeous. Ah. There's a fairy. There's a fairy riding a crane. Descending to the mortal world. Ha 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 ha. Secret manuals. A mountain of godly secret manuals. There's no lack of celestial techniques. That's great. We brothers actually found the cave abode left by an immortal. Ha 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 ha. The rise of us brothers is simply arranged by the heavens. It's unstoppable. Xiao Han was about 1,000 meters away from the 5 people and slowly approached them. He spread out his mental strength and scanned the 5 Yao Xia. These fellows have already started to be bewitched. Their mental energy has already been broken by the hallucinatory magic mirror. Even if I don't deal with them now, in another 1 to 4 hours, they will completely lose their rationality and self-detonate. If that's the case, it'll be even easier for me to reform them. They're already half crippled. When I reform them, their minds won't resist at all. Instead, they'll completely open up their minds. Ha ha ha. The heavens are on my side. Let's begin. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. The mental strength star in his sea of consciousness surged and surged. Thousands of strands of mental strength came out of the shell. Suddenly, Xiao Han pinched his hands and made a hand seal in his dantian. His entire body emitted an ancient Buddha's light. At the same time, Xiao Han's face also became compassionate, as if he was going to deliver all living beings from suffering. Xiao, 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 5 incomparably thick mental strength, like 5 flood dragons, directly rushed out of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and shrouded the 5 Yao Xia. Boom, 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 in an instant, the 5 mental strength flood dragons blasted into the 5 Yao Xia's sea of consciousness at the same time. Ah! Suddenly, the 5 Yao Xia burst out screaming like pigs being slaughtered. They rolled on the ground, wailed, and drilled holes. Xiao Han's solemn face was motionless. His mental strength was breaking through the 5 Yao Xia's soul defense inch by inch, erasing their ego and planting their faith. It's even easier than purifying Yen Lang. These 5 people have already been possessed. Their souls are almost defenseless, as if they exist in name only. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spirit was greatly lifted. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and his mouth let out the sound of the great Tao. I have successfully branded my aura in the souls of the 5 of you. Now, you can't betray me for the rest of your lives. You must be willing to be my slaves and puppets. Even if I ask you to commit suicide immediately, you must not hesitate. At this moment, suddenly, the 5 Yao Xia stood up at the same time, and immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Han. They worshipped sincerely, kowtowing like pounding garlic. Their eyes flashed with crazy faith and blind worship, and they kept saying, "Thank you, Master, for helping us resolve our evil fate." At this moment, our mood has never been so calm. Everything that happened in the past is a sin. Now, only by serving under Master with peace of mind and bravely striving to be the first can we reduce the guilt on our conscience. In the whole world, apart from Master, everything else is a fleeting cloud, everything is an illusion. Only Master is real, he is the king. Long live Master, long live Master. Long live Master. Chapter 444. Xiao Han successfully converted the 5 Yao heroes from the Rhone Plain into his slaves. These 5 Yao heroes were all at the 8th level formation realm. Xiao Han had now completed the 18th set of spirit finger incantation and fulfilled the conditions to convert most of the 8th-level formation realm. Of course, it was also because these 5 Yao heroes had already been possessed by the devil beforehand. Their minds and souls had already collapsed and their soul defense was useless. That was why Xiao Han could convert them without any effort. "Come here quickly." Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. He sent a soul message to the 5 slaves, ordering them to move. Just like how he had enlightened Yen Lang, Xiao Han's soul now naturally formed a mysterious connection with the 5 evil heroes. The 6 of them had formed a contract relationship. And it was obvious that this was not an equal contract, it was a master-servant contract. Not long after, "Greetings, Master." The 5 Yao heroes had already come to Xiao Han's side. Judging from his appearance, all of their faces were almost flattering. Between their eyebrows, all of them were sincere worship towards Xiao Han. What made Xiao Han feel very interesting and fresh was that when he looked at these 5 Yao heroes, he even had an illusion. It was as if he was looking at 5 hunting dogs that he had raised. 5 loyal dogs. Or 5 squirrels, 5 tabby cats that knew how to wag their tails and beg for pity in front of their master. What was even more unbelievable was that Xiao Han had planted his own imprint in the souls of these 5 Yao heroes. With just a thought, he could erase the divine souls of these 5 Yao heroes. And converting 8-level true Qi is not a problem. However, if I can solidify my mental strength, then I can directly convert 9-level true Qi. That is truly invincible. Xiao Han smiled faintly. "Master, what orders do you have?" The 5 Yao hero slaves asked in an extremely attentive tone. N. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept through the current situation of the entire illusory devil palace. Then, he licked his lips. There are still about 2 hours left before Rhone gives the order to kill that woman. In these 2 hours, I have to carefully think and plan. This will make this operation flawless. To the current Xiao Han, Rong was still a giant and invincible character. Xiao Han's actions could not be said to be without risk, and the slightest mistake could cause the entire game to be lost. Thus, before they took action, they had to make sure everything was in place. "Master, what's the plan?" the 5 demons asked one after another. Suddenly, Xiao Han squatted down, and a strand of saber intent gathered on his right fingertip. The next moment, Xiao Han moved his fingers as if they were flying. The ground was sliced open by the invisible saber intent like tofu, leaving the ground in disarray. Soon, Xiao Han used his saber intent to carve out a map. "The 5 of you, listen up." Xiao Han pointed at the map. 5 devil hero slaves. He immediately squatted down and focused his attention on the map that Xiao Han had drawn. "About 50,000 meters away from here, there's a square. The leader of your dimension, Rong, has captured 10 of my fellow countrymen as hostages to lure me into the trap." Xiao Han began to explain with rapt attention. "Ah. Rong, this bastard, he actually dared to conspire against Master. What a heinous crime." Once they heard Xiao Han's words, these few slaves growled indignantly. In the voice, there was a deep resentment. They condemned Rong in both words and in writing, as if all of them could not wait to rush up and fight with Rong. Protecting the Master. This was the slave protecting the Master. In the past, Rong was the leader of the dimension that these 5 demons were in. Thus, when these demons faced Rong, they were all respectful. All of them were extremely respectful, afraid that they would make a mistake. But now, the situation was completely different. They had become Xiao Han's loyal servants, and all of them treated Xiao Han as their master. If anyone tried to make things difficult for their master, they would risk their lives to protect their master's dignity. Even if it was Rong, as long as he was Xiao Han's enemy, he was no exception. "Yes. Master, Rong has indeed deliberately designed such a trap. He wants to use the hostages to lure Master into the trap. Master, you must not be fooled. This fellow Rong is cruel and unscrupulous. As a supreme martial artist who has opened the heaven's eye, he actually disregarded his identity and kidnapped some 7th and 8th level true Qi weaklings. His behavior is indeed despicable. We are all ashamed to be associated with Rong. Alright, don't be long-winded. Listen to my orders." Xiao Han impatiently glanced at the 5 chattering demons, causing them to immediately keep quiet out of fear. "Listen, later, we will directly approach the square. First, you will lead Rong away," Xiao Han said with a burning gaze. "Master is really wise. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain." The 5 demons all flattered. "But, Master, how can we trick Rong into leaving?" "This is very simple." Xiao Han's eyeballs rolled a few times. "You just say that the elder level accompanying you has discovered my whereabouts and is currently confronting me. Both sides are fighting and are in a stalemate. I have no time to care about you, allowing you to escape. Now, you will risk your lives to rush back to the square and report to Rong." Xiao Han's voice was extremely certain. "This plan, if carried out by you, is almost foolproof. First of all, you came with Rong, so there's no problem with your loyalty. Otherwise, Rong wouldn't have brought you to the genius zone. Second, you and I belong to different planes, and I've killed quite a few of your people, so we're mortal enemies. There's no way Rong would suspect you. Logically speaking, you would rather die than join forces with a mortal enemy like me to deceive your leader Rong. Third, Rong has no way out. Humph. In this hallucinatory demon palace, I have destroyed many of the exits, and Rong will never be able to catch me. As time passed, Rong is getting more and more desperate. Rong is absolutely clear that even if I hide, bear with it, and only destroy the exits without meeting Rong, he will definitely die. Your plane will be completely annihilated. Therefore, in a desperate situation, as long as there is a slight possibility, a slim chance of survival, Rong will definitely not miss it. As long as you go back and report, he will definitely leave the square and follow you to come and kill me." The 5 demons looked at each other and then nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master, this plan is flawless. Rong will never think that we will betray him. This person is very conceited and insufferably arrogant. Under his rule, there are few traitors in the history of the entire demon's world." "Master, after we lead Rong away, where are we going to lead him to?" a demon's slave asked. All of a sudden, Xiao Han smiled. "Follow me." With that, Xiao Han led the way, walking briskly towards the direction of the plaza. The 5 demons' slaves followed closely behind in confusion. After walking for a while, Xiao Han turned left and right, like an old horse that knew the way, and brought the 5 demons' slaves to a secluded courtyard. Impressively, in the courtyard, on a wall, he actually dared to have 6 exits appear. "Exit. Master, you actually found the exit so easily. We haven't searched this area yet. I didn't expect to be found by Master at once." The 5 demons' slaves, their eyes were full of excitement. Exit. This was the first time they saw an exit that was intact and stable with the power of teleportation. "There is a long distance between here and the square where Rong is. You lead Rong here, and then you leave directly through the exit." Xiao Han smiled. "If you don't teleport out and Rong finds out that my trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain is successful, he will instantly know that you are spies. He can blast you into pieces with just a thought. As for me, I am very kind. Although you are just my slaves, I will not watch you die in vain. Of course, these exits. I need to disguise myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han released his spirit power violently and destroyed one of the 6 exits on the wall, leaving 5. The next moment, Xiao Han suddenly focused all his attention. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han led the hallucinatory enchantment in a large area, and then used his spirit fluctuations to deploy these hallucinatory enchantment at will. Something strange happened. The outside of the 5 exits were blocked by the hallucinatory enchantment, so that the stable power of teleportation that diffused from the exits was blocked. "Master, you've destroyed all 6 exits?" The 5 evil hero slaves were all frightened. Only one was destroyed, and the remaining 5 were hidden by me. Xiao Han immediately gave instructions to the 5 evil hero slaves. "Listen, remember the location of these 5 exits firmly in your mind. On the surface of the exits, I set up layers of hallucinatory enchantment to block people's sight, but as long as you remember the location and pass through these hallucinatory enchantment, you can teleport out. After you bring Rong here, Rong Xian will be in a hurry to kill me, so he will definitely not sense these exits. At that time, you can directly use the exits to escape. Each exit can only be used once. After the teleportation is completed, it will disappear. At that time, with Rong's magical powers, he will not be able to do anything to you." "Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Master's plan is almost perfect. Not only can you successfully rescue the hostages, but you can also save our lives. Master is really wise and omnipotent. Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Han laughed and scolded. "Well, let's start. You are all injured now, and your faces are covered with blood, so you can win Rong's trust more. If nothing goes wrong, we will meet again outside this hallucinatory enchantment palace. We will talk then." "Yes, Master. Let's go deceive Rong now, and ask Master to teleport out as soon as possible and meet us." The 5 evil hero slaves, after spending a little time memorizing the location of the 5 exits, ran wildly toward the square. Xiao Han also urged his leg strength and ran with all his might. Xiao Han did not run straight in the direction of the square. Instead, he made a big circle and arrived tens of thousands of meters behind the square. In a relatively hidden position, there were exactly 10 exits that were difficult for ordinary people to detect. Well, everything is under my control. When Rong is successfully lured out of the square, I will rescue the 10 companions in the square, then bring them here, let them pass through the exit and teleport out. While thinking, Xiao Han cast his eyes on the square, and quickly sorted out every step of the plan in his mind. After confirming that there would be no major mistakes, Xiao Han slowly approached the square. At the same time, he released his psychic fluctuations and paid close attention to the situation in the square. Chapter 445. In the square. The atmosphere was oppressive and hazy. The 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane were all kneeling in the middle of the square, their bodies shivering. The expressions on the faces of these heroes were different. Some of them were unafraid of death, some of them were fearful, panicked, and desperate, some of them had their hands clasped together as if they were praying devoutly. Among them, there was a beautiful woman with a curvaceous body. Her face was pale, her teeth were chattering, and her hands were tightly protecting the 2 plump lumps in front of her chest. Around the square, there were hundreds of heroes of Rome's plane. Most of their expressions were ferocious and evil, appearing extremely sinister. Looking at the 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane kneeling in the square, they were all bursting with murderous aura. Rome stood outside the square with his hands behind his back. His eyes were very lonely and depressed. There was a kind of sadness and strong unwillingness of a hero at the end of his road. I can't believe this. I am an invincible genius with a half-immortal body. I can't believe this. Rome smiled bitterly. His mouth was full of bitterness. Back in the day, when I was still a young man, my luck was like a rainbow, and I never had a bottleneck in my cultivation of true energy. Until now, I've always been very prosperous. Could it be that my luck took a sudden turn for the worse, and I ended up in such a state? He. A few of the 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane who were kneeling in the square were also whispering to each other. They also had the determination to die. They knew that it was difficult to escape this time, so it didn't matter. They talked casually and no longer cared about Rome and the enemy heroes around the square. Sigh. We are also going to die. Every 4 hours, one of us will die. In the end, we still can't reach the genius plane. Everyone, let's meet again on the road to hell. I don't know if Xiao Han will come to save us. But forget it, it should be impossible. Xiao Han has no reason to walk into the trap. Forget it, don't count on Xiao Han anymore. We have no friendship with him. If it was us, we wouldn't be willing to take the risk to save some people who are not even acquaintances. Lord Rome, 4 hours are almost up. That little bastard still hasn't shown himself. On the Rome plane, a demon hero walked to Rome's side with a bleak expression and said in a low voice. Lord Rome, I'm afraid that little bastard doesn't dare to show himself. This coward. He would rather watch his companions die. They didn't even show themselves. He's just a turtle hiding in its shell. Shut up, Rome glowered at the evil hero. The only chance of survival. I will never give up so easily. N. Suddenly, Rongbar raised his voice. 4 hours are almost up, get ready. Approximately. We're all going to die in this illusory demon palace. In the last moments of our lives, you guys should properly enjoy the taste of love between a man and a woman. Go. Take turns to ravage this bitch. Suddenly, Rome's voice became hoarse and perverted. His eyes were filled with viciousness and savagery. He was completely sick and hysterical. She pointed at the woman on Xiao Han's side and said, Little bitch. You should properly taste the taste of a man on this powerful plane. Don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that little bastard called Xiao Han. Leaving her to die. You, go first. Rome pointed at a man who was nearly 3 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than most people's thighs. Don't show mercy to the fairer sex. Yes, Lord Rome. That huge man extended his hand to untie his belt. No. You guys kill me. You bastards. You bastards who are worse than pigs and dogs. That woman let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. Bastard. If you want to kill, then kill. To actually do such a heartless thing, how are you any different from the demon race? Bastards. Bastards in human skin. A few of the evil heroes on Xiao Han's plane cursed loudly. Their eyes were about to split open and blood spurted out from their eyes. 4 hours are up. Begin. Rongba said indifferently. That huge man had already taken off his pants, revealing his disgusting thing. He laughed sinisterly and walked step by step towards that woman. Just at this time, Rong, the 5 evil heroes who had been enlightened by Xiao Han rushed into the plaza at this moment. Their expressions were very complicated. Embarrassing. Ecstasy. Shock. Hope. They vividly portrayed the feeling of grasping at straws of life. Coupled with the blood stains and swollen bruises on their faces, it looked extremely strange. What's going on? What's going on with you guys? Rongba was shocked by the situation of these 5 people. The evil heroes around the plaza also cast curious gazes over. The huge man who had taken off his pants also stopped what he was doing and looked over suspiciously. Lord Rong. That little bastard. He was discovered by the Great Elder. The 5 people barked at the top of their lungs and jumped up and down. What? Rongba's eyes widened and his body violently twitched. Boom! Rongba grabbed the air and directly grabbed one of the 5 people over. He said with a stern expression. What exactly happened? Lord Rong. The chance to survive is here. Just now, the 5 of us, together with the Grand Elder and 3 other elders, went around to inform that little bastard that his companion was in our hands. However, unexpectedly, the Grand Elder activated his Heaven's Eye, and actually locked onto that little bastard's location. Then, the Great Elder and the 3 elders joined hands to kill that kid. That kid was indeed abnormal. He was actually able to fight against the Great Elder and the 3 elders head-on. His attack method was very strange. He activated the hallucinatory demonic mirror and launched a mental attack on the elders. However, the Great Elder and the 3 elders were also not easy to deal with. Both sides fought against each other in terms of mental power and showed a state of stalemate. Under the cover of the elders, we risked our lives to rush out and immediately return to inform Lord Rong of this news. Roar. Hearing this, Rongba roared towards the sky. His voice was like the roar of a wild beast. Found it. Finally found it. Ha 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 ha. With the strength of one person, he fought against 4 elders on our side. This was simply rampant. Overestimating himself. But, ha 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 ha. The heavens do not want our plane to perish. For a moment, the hundreds of evil heroes around the plaza all cried tears of joy, all barking crazily. Caught it. Finally caught it. Lord Rong, there's no time to lose. Please quickly follow us to go and kill that little bastard. The Great Elder warned repeatedly. He burned the energy of his heavenly eye and immortal body to entangle that little bastard. It was a moment too late. I'm afraid that little bastard will escape, one of the 5 evil heroes said while weeping bitterly. Go. Bring this seat over. Rong waved his hand, his whole body seething with fighting spirit. This time, this seat is going to capture that little bastard, skin him alive, and swallow his heart and liver raw. Lord Rong, let's go together too. The evil heroes near the plaza were in high spirits, requesting to go to battle one after another. All stay here. Rongba berated. Keep an eye on these bastards. Wait for this seat to capture that little bastard and bring him back. Execute them together. Yes. Very quickly. Those 5 evil heroes brought Rongba and sprinted away from the plaza, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha, finally caught that damn bastard, we're saved. We've survived a calamity. Ha 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 ha. This time. It's really a brush with the god of death. There are still more than 200 exits left. All of our remaining people can be teleported out. That's great. We're saved. We're all saved. I had a premonition that we're not fated to die. Ha ha ha. What kind of noble people are we? It's impossible for us to fall in this corner. Ha 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 ha. This time's strange danger is really a perfect tempering for our willpower. For our future cultivation of true chi, the accumulation is also quite considerable. Ha ha ha, awesome. Really awesome. It's as if I've been reborn. Ha 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 ha. The hundreds of evil heroes near the plaza were all overjoyed. Jubilant. And Xiao Han's 10 companions who were kneeling in the plaza, were all in great despair. Xiao Han was still caught in the end. Unfortunately. He still can't fight against the people of this plane. Xiao Han will be tortured to death by them, and we won't be able to live either. When these people are teleported out, they will definitely cut all of us into pieces. Our plane is finished, at this moment. Ha 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 everyone, it looks like you're very happy. Ha 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 ha. A lazy voice full of ridicule sounded from behind the plaza. Xiao Han walked over leisurely, narrowed his eyes and looked around the plaza, at the hundreds of evil heroes who were full of interest. You. That little bastard? You. For a moment, all the evil heroes of Rongba's plane had their smiles frozen on their faces. It was very funny, as if each of them was wearing a clumsy mask. Xiao Han. And the 10 evil heroes of Xiao Han's plane all stared at Xiao Han in disbelief. Why are you here? Heh. I'm here to save you. That's right, I used a little trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ha 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 ha. It's really perfect. Xiao Han laughed in a relaxed manner. Using hostages as a hostage is an extremely despicable move. However, it really stumped me. However, heaven helps the worthy. Even if you came up with such a despicable move, in the end, it was still resolved by me. Ha ha ha. This is called evil never triumphing over good. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? The evil heroes of Rongba's plane slightly understood. The next moment, not good. We've been tricked. Lord Rong has been tricked. We've all been tricked. Several evil heroes of Rongba's plane all screamed. Alright, all of you go die. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's spirit wave wrapped, and the hallucinatory demonic realm within a radius of a few thousand meters directly solidified, and attacked. Bang! 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 Under Xiao Han's control, the hallucinatory demonic realm all seeped into the brains of these evil heroes, causing them to almost instantly become possessed, exploding their own heads and dying. The entire plaza was left with layers upon layers of dismembered corpses. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Perfect. Xiao Han couldn't help but snap his fingers. As for his 10 companions, they were completely dumbfounded. Alright, don't waste any more time. Let's go, I'll escort you out of this hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han coldly shouted, all of you, follow me. Quickly. The 10 evil heroes didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately crawled up and followed Xiao Han, quickly leaving the plaza. Woo 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 woo, the female evil hero, who was about to be ravaged in turn, was rescued by Xiao Han. She couldn't help but sob. Xiao Han laughed softly. Alright, it's all in the past. I'll bring you out. The beautiful woman moaned and cast an extremely complicated glance at Xiao Han. She whispered in an inaudible voice. Chapter 446. With the help and cooperation of the 5 evil hero slaves, Xiao Han's plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain was executed perfectly. In the square, the 10 evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane were rescued and then followed Xiao Han without stopping. Hurry up. Xiao Han walked at the front, his spirit wave spread out and locked onto the 10 exits tens of thousands of meters in front of him. Don't let your guard down for now, we must immediately teleport out. If we wait until Rong sees through my plan and chases after us, I can escape at any time, but you guys can only die. Yes, Xiao Han, before we completely leave this devil palace, we can't rest easy. Let's go, everyone quickly follow Xiao Han, don't fall behind. A true Qi realm evil hero shouted with a face full of excitement. Therefore, Xiao Han brought his 10 companions and walked towards the exit, towards hope. Xiao Han's 5 evil hero slaves led the way in front. They were all born actors, and their acting was vivid and lifelike. Their faces were dyed with anxiety, excitement, joy. There were many different expressions. Rong Yi grimaced in pain as he followed behind. In his mind, he was already thinking about what kind of punishment he should use to deal with Xiao Han after he captured him. We've already walked for tens of thousands of meters. Where are the elders and that kid? Rong blurted out. Lord Rong, we are as anxious as you. We want to capture that little bastard and cut him into pieces to vent our hatred. The 5 evil heroes said in unison. But, Lord Rong, there is still some distance between the elders and that little bastard, N. Rong nodded. I hope the elders can keep that little bastard occupied. Humph. Cut him into pieces? That would be letting him off easy. He paused for a moment. Rong waved his hand. All right. I won't rush you anymore, lest I affect you and make you lead the wrong way. Just lead the way with peace of mind. It was impossible for Rong to suspect these 5 evil heroes. Rong knew these 5 people very well. They were the genius evil heroes from his plane, and they had all received Rong's kindness. Moreover, the people that Rong selected to go to the genius zone had all passed a strict selection. All of them had gone through a strict selection process, so there was absolutely no problem with their loyalty. In Rong's view, even if these 5 people were torn to shreds, they absolutely would not betray him. There was no way he would betray the entire plane. The 5 fiendish heroes walked quickly in front of them, communicating quickly with each other out of the corner of their eyes. Their eyes were also faintly discernible. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. After traveling for another tens of thousands of meters. Impressively, it was an elegant courtyard. It appeared in front of them. The 5 fiendish heroes rushed into the courtyard at almost the same time. Rong was slightly taken aback. He scanned the area with his consciousness and then said unhappily. There's nothing strange about this courtyard. Why did you guys go in? After a long journey, Xiao Han finally brought his 10 companions to the courtyard with 10 exits. The 10 exits were like 10 golden gates, shining with precious light. The power of spatial transportation was stable and miraculous. Ah! This is the exit? The 10 fiendish heroes all stared at the 10 exits in a daze. One of the fiendish heroes had his eyes and tongue cruelly gouged out by Rong. His condition was horrible, but at this moment, he could not hide his excitement. Exit. I also felt the power of spatial transportation. It's really an exit. Great. I didn't expect that we could still leave this demon palace alive. Everything, it's like a dream. As he spoke, he was also filled with emotions, and his body trembled. That's right, these 10 fiendish heroes were very unlucky. They had searched in the demon palace for a few days, but they still could not find the exit. Seeing that the hallucinatory demonic realm was getting more and more dangerous by the day, they could not even protect themselves. If they were slightly careless, they would be possessed by demons. The hope of finding the exit was getting slimmer and slimmer. Then, they were actually caught by Rong again, and their lives were in danger. Almost all of them fell into a state of extreme despair. And at this moment, Xiao Han was like a god descending to the mortal world. He saved them from wrong and helped them find the exit. His kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life. Xiao Han. Thank you. Suddenly, a fiendish hero directly knelt down in front of Xiao Han. Huh? Xiao Han was taken aback by the situation. The next moment. Puff. 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 In front of Xiao Han, they all knelt down. The 10 fiendish heroes all knelt down. Xiao Han. It's hard to repay this kindness. From now on, our lives are all yours. The 10 fiendish heroes choked with sobs and said. Forget it, these people are also deeply grateful to me. At least I did not save them in vain. Xiao Han also felt a little emotional, nodded slightly, and then said in a clear voice. Stop being so wishy-washy. Don't be coy. We fiendish heroes do not care about trifles. One by one, quickly teleport out. Quickly leave. Delay lest something unexpected happens. Yes. The 10 fiendish heroes all stood up. Xiao Han, do you still want to continue staying in this illusory devil palace? The enchanting woman asked with a little worry. Xiao Han, you have already driven Na Rong crazy. Right now, he has lost his mind and is going against the rules. His behavior is like that of a wild beast, and he can do anything. This time, your plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain is like pouring salt on his wound. He will completely go crazy. If you continue to stay in this devil palace, there will be hidden dangers. Xiao Han, why don't you quickly find the exit and teleport out? Yes, Xiao Han, I heard from Na Rong and the others that not only can you easily find the exit, you can also destroy the exit. Many of the exits in this devil palace have already been destroyed by you. The reason you are staying in this devil palace is most likely to kill Na Rong and the others and get rid of the disaster forever. If that's the case, why don't you destroy all the remaining exits and leave only one for yourself? After that, you teleport out and trap Na Rong and the others in this illusory devil palace. Another fiendish hero earnestly advised. Yes, Xiao Han, if you want to kill Na Rong and the others, you can do it without a drop of blood on your blade. There is no need to put yourself in danger. Xiao Han, your meridians have expanded by several thousand times and you are the fiendish hero with the most potential in our plane. Moreover, this illusory devil palace battle. With your own strength. You killed so many fiendish heroes and that plane trembled in fear. Xiao Han, you will definitely become an existence that becomes an immortal in the future. Porcelain does not compete with tiles. There is no need for you to continue being entangled with Na Rong. Destroy all the exits and teleport out. We do not wish for anything to happen to you. In the future, you will be our leader. One of the fiendish heroes said with certainty. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed loudly and then slightly narrowed his eyes. I naturally understand your good intentions. All right. All of you do not need to worry about me. You can teleport out now. I know what I am doing. I must kill Na Rong and the other great elders with my own hands. They are all precious accumulations for me to break through to the talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han said with an almost inaudible voice. When I was in the expanded meridian realm, my performance was too outstanding. This caused my talisman transformation realm to be 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than an ordinary martial artist. If I do not kill a few existences like Na Rong, it will be difficult for me to break through. Na Rong, I will personally slaughter them for my future talisman transformation realm. It will be the most perfect foundation. Ah! This ambition. The 10 fiendish heroes were all stunned. Then, under Xiao Han's urging, the 10 fiendish heroes entered the exit one by one and teleported away. Very quickly, the 10 exits were destroyed. Few helping the Buddha to the end, they are finally safe. Xiao Han took a deep breath and then, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Now, all the fiendish heroes in our plane, other than me, have already teleported out. In the huge illusory devil palace, there are only me and the 10 supreme experts of Na Rong's plane left. The time to fight to the death has finally arrived. Na Rong, that despicable villain, will no longer be able to capture hostages to threaten me. Now, I can let go of my hands and feet and fight to the death with them. Xiao Han shot out his spiritual wave, covering a range of 1.5 million meters. Ha 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 ha, my 5 slaves have already successfully entered the exit that I disguised and escaped. Ha 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 ha. Rong, who was like a wooden stake, was left standing there in a daze. Ha 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 ha. He has been tricked so badly this time, I'm afraid he is going to vomit a mouthful of blood. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I won't waste any more time. I will find a secluded place and attempt to break through to the 19th spiritual finger art. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a finger art with both of his hands, and the illusory devil realm within a radius of a few thousand meters was forcefully pulled into his sea of consciousness. The extremely dense spiritual power star rumbled and refined, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was like a glutton eating delicious food, refining and absorbing the illusory devil realm cleanly. Ha 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 ha, Rong, this idiot! Afterimages flashed and Xiao Han jumped a few times, leaving behind a series of joyful laughter. What the hell are the 5 of you doing? Rong was a little angry and directly scolded while gnashing his teeth. Damn it! What are you dilly-dallying here for? Why aren't you quickly bringing me to capture that? Disappeared? Suddenly, the aura of Xiao Han's 5 slaves actually disappeared in Rong's spiritual wave. The next moment, not good. Rong shouted and then directly waved his hand. True Qi wave and strands of immortal Qi shot out like an evil dragon, breaking open the courtyard formed by the illusory devil realm. In the courtyard, the 5 spatial teleportation doors were closing. Ah! The power of spatial teleportation? Exit? Rong was dumbfounded. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Ha 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 ha, Rong, you idiot, you've been tricked. Ha 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 ha, you've been tricked by our master. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. Before the 5 spatial portals disappeared, 5 mocking voices could be heard. Roar. Tricked? Master? Rong's heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He seemed to have understood something. He stretched out his hand and directly destroyed a large piece of space. All kinds of illusions exploded. However, the 5 spatial doors completely closed, causing Rong to not be able to grab a single strand. Roar, it's the 5 hidden exits. Those 5 bastards actually betrayed me. Betrayed the entire plane. Unforgivable. 5 exits appeared right under my eyelids, and I actually didn't discover them. They even calmly escaped in front of me. Humiliation. Extraordinary humiliation. Master? Who's their master? This. Xiao Han. You little bastard. I've been tricked by you. Rong was so angry that his whole body twitched. Shockingly, poo, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out from Rong's mouth. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.